Decentred Critical University Studies in a Techno-Science-Society workshop. It's a collaboration between CriSHET, which is the Chair for Critical Studies in Higher Education Transformation, TIMS, which is the Transdisciplinary Institute for Mandela Studies, and the ACUSAfrica Network, which is the Advancing Critical University Studies Across Africa Network. And it's partially funded by the National Research Foundation from a KIC grant. So yeah, thank you so much for joining us here today, where we hope to going to discuss ways of thinking around solidarities, around universities, and around the current society we live in, especially in techno-rational times. And this conversation was started in a seminar a few years ago at the University of Johannesburg. There is a reference paper available, co-authored by some of the people who presented the seminar. It is in the program, although I've been struggling to get access via Taylor and Francis, so we'll see if there's another way to source that for you. So yeah, I'd just like to offer a very warm welcome to everyone here today, particularly to our speakers, so our keynote, Crane Sudin, and also to Vern Harris, both here as TIMS professors, and then to our panelists for the first session today, Asipe, Hama, and Zimi. We're looking forward to those provocations. I can't really welcome Andre because he is not yet here, but he will be here in the afternoon to lay out the conceptual ground for the discussions that we're having over this next day and a half. And then to all the staff and students from our university and otherwise, thank you so much for joining us. I think I've seen colleagues from Engagement Office, Architecture, History, and SIPSET. So thanks very much for being here. And to our three colleagues from Makanda, Rhodes, thanks for joining us. And to my team from ETP Office and CriSHET. Oh yes, and the people who are joining us online from all over the world. Thanks, Vesta. So yeah, welcome. Looking forward to the discussions. There is currently tea and coffee outside for those who are in person. The restrooms are just straight out to the left. Exits are emergency exits on the left, and then also the main entrance. So if in the event of any emergencies, you could just calmly file out on either side and go to your nearest exit to meet outside. But I don't foresee anything happening. And then with your name tag, you should have received a colored sticker. Those are meant to indicate which breakaway rooms you are allocated to. We're trying to kind of like spread people out. So breakaway room 1 is lecture room 1. That's the green sticker. Room 2 is the yellow sticker. And then this room is the pink sticker. So when you get to breakaway rooms, if you could please just split up. The facilitator for the session will also explain. And if you have any questions, feel free to find me or any one of the team to ask. With that, please allow me to call up Vern to facilitate the first session. Thanks so much.
Good morning, everyone. It's my privilege then to introduce our keynote speaker for today, Crane Sudin. Hardly needs introduction in this context. But a few words then. Crane is a scholar of education, of popular culture, public history, widely published. I think it's 5 books now, Crane, that you've authored, and even more that you've edited. Crane has also spent many years as a Deputy Vice-Chancellor at UCT, headed the Human Sciences Research Council. So we're privileged to have Crane here to kickstart our conversations. Without further ado, Crane, thank you.
Thanks very much, Vern. Do I need the mic, colleagues? Oh, okay. I was hoping to be able to be a little more theatrical. But thanks very much for asking me to be here, and thanks for the introduction, colleagues. So I'm going to take you through a consideration of what we've been doing here in terms for the last 3 years. The way in which I'm going to do it is to start talking very briefly about what the broader global context is that we are having to confront around the university. And then I'm going to talk very briefly about TIMS. And then I'm going to introduce you to this work that we've been doing over the last 3 years. So all of this, colleagues, is by way of, in some ways, trying to provoke a conversation. You're going to hear me talking about this emergent work, and I'm going to use terms that might not fall easily on the ears, but I'd like you to bear with me. Just to give you advance notice, a term that I'm going to talk to you and use for you is a term that comes from Judith Butler's work, and it's called catachresis. It'll come. And I want to use this to give you an intuition about what the possibilities are of how we get into thinking about working in a neoliberal kind of environment. Okay, so Jenny's given me 30 minutes. I'm going to be as fast as I can. So first of all, what is a neoliberal university? And that's really important for you to understand this. So the whole higher education landscape throughout the world at the moment is defined by neoliberalism everywhere, even this place. There is not a single institution that is able to sit outside of what this neoliberal dominance has come to be. And it takes expression essentially in what we might call the corporatized university. So I also write a little bit about how to deal with leading questions of leadership and management and so on. And it's really interesting how the sociologies of higher education essentially come from the sociology of management. And that whole language has crept into and helped us to come to, and it thinks it's helping us come to understand what the university is. So you read any leadership theory now about higher education, and it really is leadership theory that comes from corporate speak. So we're looking at a space here in this neoliberal landscape, which is essentially the landscape of marketization. There's individualized kind of performativity and these bibliometrics. So the way some of you might have been caught up in this, the way in which bibliometrics now comes to rule our lives is absolutely unavoidable. You cannot, in a sense, be assessed outside of this bibliometric kind of space. And to some degree, all of us play the game. All of us. I've played the game. I've fully embedded, if you like, in that. I have an A rating in the system which says that I am a global leader. And that global leadership simply comes from how much I've published, and all of that really almost ritualized performativity. It takes you into a kind of space which and I see young colleagues is almost obsessive. Which journal are we going to put this into? I have to say to you, I've never cared in my life about where I publish. Never. I have published in some of these big journals, but I've not made it a a first priority. But it matters now. You're going to be assessed on it. Impact journals. You might be seduced by these predatory journals, and I'd say to you, as an insider, avoid them. We're also, with this corporatization, looking at the way in which what I call scientism has taken complete hold. Now, scientism is a phenomenon which precedes neoliberalism, but has been mobilized in new kinds of ways. And what the scientism comes to full expression with is in this belief that we can solve all of the problems of the world in the university. The university is now an ally of big capital, and it's the site from which big capital draws to begin to think about what solutions to the problems might be. And this is through this belief that human beings can completely resolve all of the problems that face us as human beings. So we're in the space now, what we call the Anthropocene, and this Anthropocene is preeminently defined by Western ideas of what progress and development might be. The terrible thing about it, and I'm going to put it in those kinds of terms, is that the dominance of this particular paradigm makes it almost impossible to put into discourse and dialogue any alternative idea about how the world might come out of these difficulties in which it finds itself and where it might go. And what this colleague Pereira, whose reference I have there, says that we're in the space now of privileging and disprivileging, being allowed to do some things and not allowed to do other things. And it's very clear in the ways in which, things have developed in a whole lot of universities. People get fired if they are beginning to pursue lines of inquiry which disturb what the dominant view of the world is. And so that's what this corporatized space is, right? It's not only about metrics, but it's also about what is allowed and what is disallowed. And so it's really important to understand the politics of all of that. So into all of that, here comes the establishment of TIMS, and I'll go through this really quickly. TIMS comes out of a decision by the university to change its name in 2015 to Nelson Mandela University from Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University. And this is formally completed in 2017, and out of it comes this idea of TIMS, the Institute for Mandela Studies, and its primary obligation is to go into the university and to help the university explore what the significance of carrying this name of Mandela is all about. So we have a small team in TIMS. I've been involved from the very beginning. Vern sitting over there, as also we've got colleagues in the room here who have been doing this work, and we've been thinking about how this unit comes to work. And there've been a whole range of options which we've had in front of us, and the option that we have chosen is to begin a critical engagement with the university itself about what this idea might mean. So we are not coming to this project with a complete idea in our heads impose on the university. And it's really important for us to say, we are not imposing Mandela on the university. And I'll come to talk about that a little later on. So this is not saying to everybody, you will do such X, Y, and Z. It's to come to think about how Mandela could be a prism through which you could reimagine what the university could be. Now, we come to that particular idea largely through imaginatively creating this figure of Mandela in our heads. And we want to open up the idea of Mandela as a space, and the idea of Mandela as a space of possibility. In a previous engagement, we tried to spend a little more time around there, and I'm quite happy to go back there if colleagues have any questions around all of it. But we want to open Mandela and not package him in a way which is really a branding opportunity for the university. So we'd like to think that this is a big moment for looking at decolonial possibilities inside of the university, and particularly taking what can be done inside of the university into, first of all, the immediate context of Gqeberha and the Eastern Cape, and transposing these possibilities into the sociological, political, and broader economic issues which arise out of living in this particular space. And we think by doing that we are beginning to explore what a decolonial alternative might actually be. And we say explicitly, it's an exploration. It is not, and I'm going to repeat this, it is not a kind of statement of obligation which we are taking to you. It is an invitation to begin to explore what these possibilities are. And through that, we want to re-legitimize the space, re-legitimize what this university could be all about. Now, how do you do that? And this is where the difficulty begins. How do you do it? Talking to Claire and saying very clearly, every university around the world, and I've had this real privilege of looking at a wide number of institutions inside of landscapes, systems that are doing interesting things around the world. I want to say that everywhere you've got great people, every institution has great, great, great people. As people are moving across boundaries in ways that are absolutely astonishing. They are astonishingly clever, astonishingly generous, astonishingly generative people everywhere. Even in the cathedrals of high power, you've got academics who are beginning to open up questions in powerful, powerful kinds of ways. But they're clearly in the minority. They're not only in the minority, what this neoliberal environment is doing is to try and squash them, is to extinguish this little bit of creativity which they are trying to bring to this task. So I want to say to you, the task is incredibly difficult. And looking at all of these initiatives, I can say to you that some of these initiatives don't last. I was very involved in one of the most incredible initiatives in the country with a colleague called Catherine Adora Hoppers at UNISA, and she was opening in a completely transdisciplinary way this question of inquiry. In the room, we had sangomas and physicists, quantum dynamics scholars in a conversation. And it was probably, for that particular moment, the center of the world. The center of the world in thinking about transgression. This is, let me just say, as Fees Must Fall was erupting. Fees Must Fall had no sense of Catherine Medora Hopper's real tragedy. And what UNISA does is close Catherine Medora Hopper's down. Amazing. It takes away what this woman is trying to do and say to her, sorry, we haven't got any more money for you, you've got to go. So you've got these wonderful, wonderful people, incredibly inventive, incredibly innovative, thinking about science in deep, deep kinds of ways. What the possibilities of science, could be for a new world and new order. And they struggle. So here's this distinctive pitch that I am trying to make here. How do we do this? And I say to you, we have to disrupt dominance. You've got to find a way of disrupting dominance. You're not going to potentially completely overcome it, but you've got to disrupt it. You've got to disrupt centering. You've got to disrupt any idea that in a particular place are all of the answers of the world. So Europe hasn't got all of the answers of the world. But nor will I say to you, will Africa, nor will a kind of position that comes, from where you are, deal with the difficulties of the entire world. So centering is a seduction which you must get rid of. Sorry for speaking in such didactic kinds of ways. But get rid of this idea that in you or in where you are is all that matters. What really matters is for you to take the treasure of everything that is good around you and try and aggregate it into a kind of combustive energy which unsettles even you. You must be unsettled. If you are not unsettled right now, think about it. Think about the certainty that lodges inside of you. And so I use this term, some of my TIMS colleagues know this. We need to be developing what I call alternative holding cultures. Alternative holding cultures. I get this idea from a political theorist. Her name is Bonnie Honig. Honig. Honig, German, means honey. Interesting. Bees, and she's really provocative, and she introduced this idea of catechesis to me, and I'll come to this in a moment. But her piece, which she wrote, stimulated a whole range of other colleagues to come to think about how to keep disruptive behavior, disruptive initiative going inside of this neoliberal environment. So I developed this and developed 5 points for how you might work with Bonnie Honig's ideas. This hasn't come out yet, so it's not available. But I suggest that what all of us in our institutions need to be doing is to seek out democratizing sites and opportunities in our universities. We need to recognize catechesis where it exists. Now let me explain what catechesis is. Catechesis is a term that comes from the field of rhetoric. And it's essentially a linguistic kind of term which is intended to explain using a term which is inappropriate for the purposes which it seeks to describe. It's inappropriate for the purposes of which it. So a term like he's got a blind tongue. Blind and tongue don't go together, right? But that's a catachresis expression. The description doesn't fit. People in rhetoric talk about it as a application of the term. What Judith Butler has done is to take this term and to use it in social terms. So to take it out of the field of rhetoric and to put it into the fields of sociology, the fields of cultural studies, the fields of looking at how power works and so on. And she's essentially saying that what you need to be doing is to seek out those spaces in which enactment of one kind or another is used to signify meaning, and where these enactments are inappropriate, right? So I think particularly, give you an example immediately. I had to go to a wedding in England a week ago, and I don't have my niece's permission to say so, but I'm going to tell the story of what she did. They're Hindus, and they decided to marry also the Hindu way alongside of all of these other ways in which they did. And they didn't have a Hindu priest. So my niece decided to be the priest. That's a catachresis moment, right? She is going to step into the role and to do this thing of blessing and asking them to take the vows, even though she doesn't have the authority to do so, right? That's catachresis. In the university, and I love the term for its applicability into the university. For the university, the Senate is another space, right? So that Senate is a space, and you've seen catachresis in some institutions beginning to come to place, where some institutions have invited workers into the Senate, right? And it instantly, in some ways, changes the ways in which signification comes to work. So it's not just white men. It is all kinds of people in that space trying to signify anew. And what Judith Butler says, you're dealing here with the politics of inclusion and exclusion. Exclusion and inclusion. So what I'm saying to you, seek out those spaces that happen in the university, and I'll say to you, they do exist. It's not as if they aren't there. They do exist. You've got to look for them carefully, and you've got to keep your eyes open for where they are. So that's catachresis. Did I do a fair explanation? Okay, good. I'm a teacher, but I know I sometimes fail. But that's a really important thing for me just to land here. Then, building on this work of Bonnie Honig, I say that the other thing that we need to be doing is to developing what we call pedagogical publics. Now, pedagogical publics are when you take a big issue and you make it a space and an opportunity for big discussion beyond simply a seminar. And the really important one that is often raised around the world is this Greta Thunberg's work around climate change. But how you take climate change and make it a public issue, and how you get the go-go, sitting and trying to sell her tomatoes there, become an advocate also for climate change. How do you do that? How do you make that kind of link? And I'm saying to you, the university, and I think we try to do this here at NMU, is really important in those kinds of terms. Developing pedagogical publics, and then the penultimate is holding conflict in place, not trying to smother conflict, deal with it, bring it into ways in which you can work with in creative kinds of ways. And then the last one is exploring unboundedness. Now, unboundedness comes from this work that I have been very privileged also to be involved with. The colleague called Howard Richards was just passed away. And his whole thing is like, just think about the impossible. Think about ways of doing things that are completely, if you like, beyond what the normative order is all about. So I used this framework, and then going to look at what we've been doing here in the I've run out of time in the TIMS project, and just give you a quick sense and say to you, as we've gone around the university, we've clearly discovered that the university is not a single place at all. We've discovered complete disinterest in Mandela, no interest whatsoever, to passionate engagement with what Mandela might be, and it's been really interesting. So there's a lot of stuff that we already have put out around all of this, and I'm not going to give you the whole range of things that are emerging, but take you immediately to some hot spots inside of the university at the moment around all of this. The Department of Sociology, Vern sitting here, is a hot spot inside of the university. Really incredible. I'm not going to go through these slides. I'm happy for you to get the slides, but I'd say to you, what makes it a hot spot right now is because it's being run by young people. And these young people are completely open-minded about this sociology and the culture of sociology, which they've inherited. I'm a sociologist, and beginning to wonder what the possibilities of sociology might be. They haven't come up with answers, but they're in that kind of space in thinking about their relationships with younger people, with students, and that's a really crucial thing. And there are elements of catachresis in that. So this age thing is a catachresis moment, right? So age doesn't always, in a sense, guarantee wisdom, insight. And so what they're doing is having to deal with the fact that that they're young people in their immediate spaces, that they themselves are stepping into positions of authority, and what to do with that authority. That's a big thing. What to do with authority that I have? Do I stop exercising that authority? Right? I'm now a professor. What do I now do? How do I come to occupy this position of being a professor? And it's really interesting. So coming out of that particular engagement with the department, we hear people saying, they actually put their foot down. I had to put my foot down, right? Because this work wasn't being produced of high enough quality. So it's not being a liberal, condescending, anything goes. It's working with the complexity of what your authority is. And so they say, one of the students comes and says, I was in pain for 2 years before I actually came to understand what I needed to do. But thank you that I went through that pain, right? Thank you. So really important. And then also dealing with conflict. So one of the professors says that there was in a class one day, and in stormed a whole group of people, and this group of people said, stop this class immediately. And so what would she do? She stopped the class, but made it absolutely clear that behavior was not good behavior. right? And so you're in this really interesting space where these 5 qualities of which I speak are beginning to emerge in the sociology department. So it's not there yet. The sociology wouldn't say they are Mandelian, my term, Vern. They're not yet Mandelian. But what thinking about Mandela does is open up opportunities for them to be able to imagine what these alternatives might be. And the big thing for me coming out of it is this unboundedness. So they're still in the whole field and discipline of sociology, but they don't want to be bounded by the dogma of sociology, and that's really powerful. So there are other things happening, and I want to say just in also this, and this is the last thing that I'm going to say. So as we go around the university, we meet these students, and these students are absolutely clear to us that they want nothing to do with Mandela. Mandela's a sellout, talk like that. And so we're saying now, how do you work with us in generative kinds of ways? And I want to kind of admit to say that I don't know. I really don't know. But it's something to be exploring. The students are putting full in our faces here. You say you're Mandela, but I go hungry every bloody day. Now tell me how you're going to help us, or help us think our way out of that. And so here's a deep, deep moment of conflict, which I think, is a stimulating provocation to everybody. How do you turn a university, which is essentially an abstraction from the broader ecology in which it finds itself, and thinks it is separate and apart and has no relationship with that big ecology? Now here you've got to resolve that ecology, the ecological politics, in immediate kinds of ways. Immediate. How do you do that? And it's a moment for real deep thinking about. So I'm going to say I don't like the disruption, when students come and, but we've got to deal with it. We've got to find ways of working with it in generative kinds of ways. And it's a real moment of possibility. So where are we now with this space? I think we're coming full face to face with the nature of this conventional university. But we have found, I'm going to stop now, fortunate. But we have found in this journey ways in which we think that the space can reinvent itself. Will it reinvent itself out of neoliberalism? I doubt it. Right? I doubt that it has this independence of being able to step away from what neoliberalism is all about. But it's helping us develop a politics of how to deal with neoliberalism, which doesn't exist in the world today. Nowhere in the world, and I'm going to be really stick my neck out here, have I seen any political manifesto, any political strategy to deal with neoliberalism. Nowhere. A lot of people talk about what the alternative is, but they're not telling us how to get there. But we have, in this kind of space, the glimpse of what these alternative holding cultures might be. And these alternative holding cultures are things that we need to be protecting and acknowledging for what they are. So I come out of all of this saying to you that we're in really difficult times, really difficult. This dominance is a powerful, powerful thing. but I'm not for giving up. So thanks very much for listening to me, colleagues.
I think you'll agree with me that was a beautiful provocation, and I'm still trying to work with this new conceptual tool you've given me, catechesis. Wow. So, engagement with Crane. We've got 15 minutes in which to push him a little bit. So many beautiful lines of inquiry. Thank you, Crane. So, over to you. Let's take a few inputs.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Prof. That was very insightful. I guess my engagement comes from the standpoint of the way the ontology, the way we view, if we are to go about this epistemological pursuit, especially like with some of the various terms like the unboundedness, and looking at what's happening in the sociology department, like what's currently happening, the process, how important is that? Or are we only looking at the end point?
So how important is not?
Is like what's going on now? Like, you know, the sociology department, we have this process happening now. How do we view that? In terms of, are we only looking at the end point towards where we're trying to get to, or is this also a point where we can stop and actually critically engage with as how important that is? And then secondly, going back towards the ontology of how we see even Mandela himself. Are we looking at him as an individual figure, as this sort of hero? To what extent are we looking at the community? Because otherwise we could be coming from a Western standpoint, trying to do African epistemological pursuit. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to please allow me to answer the questions one by one. So in a previous presentation, this is not working, hey?
No, it is.
It is. In a previous presentation, we used the trope, the metaphor. But by the way, in this whole field of rhetoric, there's a big juxtaposition of the idea of metaphor with catechesis, where metaphor explains and catechesis tries to explain. But in that previous explanation, we try to use the idea of Mandela in this continuous sense of formation. You're in continual formation. And the way in which I work with personally, and the idea of Mandela is that Mandela is a figure of formation, not completion, of formation. And to try to say to us that an important way of coping with the difficulties in which we find ourselves in the world, wherever we might be, is to think of continuous formation. So the sociology department is information. We've got to think very carefully about how that department is understood, singled out, exceptionalized, maybe made an object which puts it at risk. So you've got to think really carefully. Even as I'm saying it here, I'm probably creating some danger for them. And please, colleagues, be very aware of that. And so we've got to think really carefully about every single step of our individual and collective ways. You've got to be thinking every single moment of the day. Every engagement that you have is in a moment of formation. Right? Every single moment. What I call educating your instincts. So not simply responding and saying to you that I have a full answer for you. I don't have a full answer for you. Right? So we've got to think tactically, strategically about where we are with all of these opportunities and be consciously surveying our surrounds, our relationships, in terms of how it is that these particular things can be, I use the term protected, but also, in a sense, strengthened. And that strengthening isn't simply giving them more political power, it's strengthening them in a way that they can withstand the next challenge when it comes. Because the challenges are going to repeatedly come. And it's a metaphor for all of us, how to be in this kind of space. How do I not get overwhelmed by neoliberalism, right? How do I manage myself in that kind of space? It's not straightforward. I'm constantly, I will say to you, seduced by it. I'm seduced by it, right? I jump on a plane without a second thought. I shouldn't. I am involved in all sorts of things which maybe I shouldn't. But you've really got to be giving considered thought to everything that you do. So I've answered your question in a broad way.
Do you want to come back at Crane?
We'll give yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. No, that's very good. I think when I was speaking about the ontology, it was just even in the conflict you're speaking about now. There are African worldviews where, for example, coming from Nigeria, within Ifa divination in the Yoruba culture, Orumila, according to Jimmy Adeshina, he sees the world as the mutual embeddedness of contradictory forces. So even I now, as a researcher, when I sit with these contradictions coming from that worldview, it's a lot easier, use that word, with the tensions of it, to be able to do this. So what I'm saying is we propose these ways, like you've done, and it's wonderful, but I'm just going back to, if the worldview, the ontology of the scholars, of the researchers, is still deeply Western, it will continue to be foreign. Almost like a schizophrenia, as Margot Brenner puts it. So how do we attack, or how do we look at the ontology before we even move to the epistemology?
Well, it's just being totally self-conscious. Totally self-conscious. It's just totally recognizing where you come from. And saying, I come from this particular position, and working critically with your own positionality, always, taking that positionality as never the last or the final word for understanding what's going on in front of you. So it's total self-consciousness.
So let's have some other inputs, and those who are joining us virtually, who are online, please, if you have questions or provocations for Crane, we can field them. But I'll come to you, and then were you first? Go for it.
Morning, and thank you very much for that provocation, Crane. I have a series of thoughts which I hope will come together in a coherent question of sorts. There's something, I think, very powerful in this idea of these kind of alternative cultures and what they look like. My sense is that these are fairly, in the way in which we're thinking about them, quite contained. So it's those spaces within our institutions that are those magical, like these wonderful spaces with wonderful people doing incredibly creative and humanizing and all the wonderful work. My question is about, and it came up in this idea of danger. What happens, and this is, I think, for me, where the rubber hits the tar, if you will, when those cultures come up against a broader institutional culture that is not informed, that is still kind of rooted in these sedimented privileges that still have power and still have the power to shape what happens to these, because these are still, they're going to be, they subcultures within the institution, right? So it's that interface. What does that interface look like? And I suppose, I mean, there is something in what you've said to us, in the unboundedness, in the, what were the other things you mentioned? In the kind of pedagogical public practice and so on, that does challenge that relationship of power. But I'm still curious about what that looks like. And then the other thing is, I mean, you were talking about, and I think what you've raised around what it is to hold these kinds of spaces, it requires deep levels of continuous self-reflexivity and self-consciousness. So what are we saying about, if we want our institutions to kind of reflect this kind of culture, what are we saying about what our leadership in our institutions should look like, the kinds of capacities that our leadership need to bring? You know, and are the kinds of capacities that we look for at the moment, are they sufficient to the challenge of this project of advancing these kinds of cultures that are really going to do justice to our decolonizing and our knowledge production project?
Okay, so you want to connect to that?
Yes. Thank you so much for the presentation. But I just want to quickly connect to what she just said now. I did a study on the university, and that's my PhD study. And there are, of course, there are these pockets of sunshine because I am in the sociology department. But now it seems as though this humanizing imperative seems to be the job of the humanities. So you find that I remember I interviewed a wonderful professor, and she's based in the engineering faculty. And she said, decolonization for what? That is the humanities narrative. It's not ours. So we'll find that because the humanities and the nature of the disciplines within the humanities, they are often critical to the social order as it is. So they will be marginalized, obviously. But now the work of putting things together or humanizing the university again, now it's being shared unequally. Now you find that it is the humanities, it's sort of like the humanities has to justify its presence in the university, why it is necessary. Because we have a situation where students say, what am I going to do with a humanities degree? Because it's not for the market. And it just proves that not everything that is worth knowing is for the market. So how do we consolidate? I remember in 2018, when the Vice Chancellor said we need to find a marriage between science, technology, and engineering, as well as the humanities. But how do we do that when the science, technology, and engineering have this market logic and that close relationship with the market and industry, and you have this critical, militant stance of the humanities? How do we imagine that coming together?
Okay, thanks. Great questions, colleagues. So I'd say to you, so thanks very much for doing this work on the university. This is what we've got to do. You know, we've got to make case studies, Claire, of all of these interventions, all of these initiatives, and understand why they fail, and how that failure happens. and much more critically, why it is that some of them work. How is it that some of these interventions have survived, and what is it about those dynamics which we need to be beginning to theorize about? So this is my theory of change, appeal to all of us. What do we come to take away from those dynamics, from these several cases that we are looking at around the world, which we can begin to say, these are these critical things? Now, I've tried to do this with these 5 things. These 5 things are for me the ways in which you come to do this. But I don't have a theory yet. And we have to try and find a way theoretically of explaining this. Your problem is an old problem, which has been there for the last 200 years, and is very much part of what we come to think of the ideal university as being all about. But this ideal university is encoded in scientism, in this thing that hard science. I've been very involved in our country with the Department of Science and Innovation in a thing called the Decadal Plan. How many of you know about it? The Decadal Plan. And it's all about science. Our country is thinking that we're going to be developing these silver bullets which are going to deal with hunger, poverty, and all of these things. And they're thinking of these technological solutions to these problems. So we've got to break that. We've got to break those modes of inquiry, and we've got to begin to institute modes of inquiry such as Tim's is trying to do. Let me say to you, join Tim's, please. Such as Tim's is attempting to initiate, to come to think of what are the appropriate modes of inquiry to take to a problem. And that could be anything, right? What are the appropriate modes of inquiry, and how do we begin to assemble the knowledges to be able to deal with that? It could be engineering, it could be economics, and it could be sociology, for heaven's sakes. So my plea to all of us here is for us to study as scholars what is working and what is not working. Our crisis right now is coming up with a way forward, and we've got no way forward. We scream. We're good at screaming, and our screaming is at intense pitch at the moment, but it's not making any difference. We've got to find ways of opening up the space.
We'll come back to you. Just to say, it feels as though we've just started the conversation, but the session is about to end. But of course, this can carry on for the next 2 days. So you wanted to come back very briefly. Thanks.
I just had a...
You can do.
That's... I think, Crane, when I met you, we met working on a research project which was asking these exact same questions, and that was 20 years ago. So we clearly have not done enough work to start to make sense of actually what the practice of this work looks like. Yeah.
Anyone want to come in with a final question or observation? Yes.
I just wanted to say 2 quick things. The first is what Kama was asking about the sciences is I just wanted to mention the decolonization in Daba from earlier this year, where we actually had people across faculties all talking about the same thing. And out of that, I'm busy working on a paper with people from the biological sciences. And I think actually having those conversations makes us realize, though, that science as a term in practice in the university is more complex and diverse, and some aspects of it have more more in common with the humanities than you might think. So I think that those cross-disciplinary conversations, like Crane mentioned, the Catherine and Laura Hopper's work, it's possibly a very productive thing to continue exploring. And then the second was, in terms of this conversation continuing, after the next panel, we'll have our first breakaway rooms. And I'm hoping that those sessions can bring together further discussion on what Crane has brought up, as well as, and bringing that together with the panelists. Thank you.
So, Crane, we've come to an end. Do you any last thought that you want to leave us with?
No, thank you. Thanks very much.
So, friends, please join me in thanking Crane for a great session.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back from that electrifying keynote. Very provocative as well. So we're going to build right on that. And over here, I have a team of individuals who have lived experience, current and for some ongoing, on the kinds of things we are talking about. So this session is on students, labor, and progressive solidarities in a Techno-Science-Society. And with me on the panel, I have three wonderful people. First is Asipe Nxalisa. Nxalisa. Trust me, I practiced all night, and I think my tongue is quite exhausted, but yes. So Asipe is a lecturer at Rhodes University's Center for Postgraduate Studies, and she's currently enrolled in her PhD in higher education. She is committed to promoting education and opportunities for young people, and that is exemplified by her founding and being director of the Ukozi Youth Development Program. Asipe is also a South African ambassador for quality education and forms part of the Global Education 2030 UN in enhancing the Sustainable Development Goal number 4. Asipe, you're very welcome. I also have Zimingona Pakade Sigenu, and as we love to call her, Zimi with an E. Zimi is an early career researcher and emerging evaluator of the Human Sciences Research Council's Equitable Education and Economies Division. She holds a Master's in Development Studies from the University of Cape Town. Her research interests center on African youth development, indigenous knowledge systems, participatory methodologies, and foregrounding African epistemologies and marginalized voices. She has contributed publications to Africanization, around the theme of Africanization and decolonization. She's also a member of the South African Monitoring and Evaluation Association and of the Africa Evidence Network Youth League. Welcome, Zimi. And lastly, and very short, she says, we have, and hear this, Kama Noveve. I got that. Kama Noveve is a PhD candidate and lecturer in the Department of Sociology and Anthropology at Nelson Mandela University. Her scholarship is located within Higher Education Studies and Women and Gender Studies. So we already have an established order of how we're going to go about this. I had somebody say leadership goes first, so we'll have leadership go first.
Hi, everyone. I hope I won't be too long. But my contribution this morning is going to be based on a study that is currently now in its completion phase. And it was looking at gender transformation within universities. I mean, this theme has been studied for the past, I think, 20 years. However, my case study was Nelson Mandela University. And I have to say, it took me a very long time to get ethical clearance for this particular study. But I think we stuck to our guns and, committed to what Professor Sudin said, disrupting. I'm going to start with 4 narratives, which are from this particular study. I interviewed Black women academics across the university. And I'm just going to start with the first narrative, and it goes like this. She says, when we speak about Black women academics today, and historically, we have been orphaned by society. We have been isolated by society. We have been rejected. By society, I mean the broader society of South Africa and the academic community. Sometimes we reject ourselves because we do not want to accept who and what we are. We want to fit into the system and want to fit the system into our context. The second narrative says, to survive in the academy, you need to create your own switch off because there is no unity amongst us as academics. And you find that there is isolation. If you speak, you are afraid that you will be viewed as incompetent or a nuisance. If you complain or raise concerns, then you are indeed incompetent. Narrative number 3. The reality is that we have achieved what we have achieved because we have had to make sacrifices. And unfortunately, the sacrifices we have made have been of the self. We put ourselves on the line for the collective growth of our students and to advance the goals of the university, but our efforts do not mean anything, and therefore we simply do the bare minimum. Narrative 4. I feel like white senior people hold on to information and want to keep us Blacks happy where we are. They throw crumbs at you that look very pretty, and these crumbs are called early career research opportunities. That is what my manager saw fit for me to apply for as an associate professor. These narratives, of course, are just a fragment of reality, okay? They don't necessarily describe the entirety of the university, but it is within these pockets of reality that we are able to see and find out what exactly it is that is holding us back. And, with this neoliberal context in which we are in, it has made the inequalities more worse, particularly for certain populations, for women, for Black women, because they have had to battle multiple inequalities throughout their stages as students and then as academics. So the problem with the neoliberal university and its practices is that it's trying to fit its own template into a context that is not will not respond well to that template. And what do I mean by this? The geographical context of the university located in the Eastern Cape, where it's relatively economically marginal. So the type of students that the university has are students from those particular circumstances. And it usually falls within the work of Black women academics to address those disadvantages of these students, not because they have just suddenly put their hands up for that, but because they draw from their identities as classed individuals, as colonized women as well, because, like I said, they've had to battle numerous inequalities. But 4 themes that I'd like to highlight that were prevalent within this study was that teaching seems to be devalued in the university. It is the democratic mission of higher education to teach. And the context in which higher education has developed in South Africa is to develop national teaching universities. And of course, as much as we have institutional differentiation of the elite and, the former Black universities and now the new comprehensive universities, that adds an extra layer, as well as to the amount of students that particular university attracts. The university is quite big, and academics are, crying out for help. The work is too much. The administration, the teaching, the workload, the time, it's just not enough. And that has health implications, of course, but also it has implications for the quality of work that is being produced and the ability for women to participate in a research project that is worth it. Of course, there's a patriarchal white background. It's common when in merged institutions where there's a merger partner that is from the former Afrikaans white university. And there's also a prominence of the denial of discourse. And I go back to what Professor Sudin said. There are privileges and there are unprivileges, what is allowed and disallowed. And you get these dynamics in things like committees where people are denied discourse because of their position within the academic hierarchy. So, of course, I'd like to talk some more about this study, but I think my time's up. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And we shall even build on this in the breakaway sessions after this. So we'll have an opportunity to explore that further. Asipe?
Thank you very much. I didn't know that 10 minutes was such a short time. So I'm going to try also to speak briefly, but my contribution is also based on my PhD project, which I am at the point of having mixed emotions about it. The last day of your PhD is the most scariest one. So I'm there, and one thing that kept me going with this project is I also work with narratives. It is one of the conversations I had with my collaborators. So I work with collaborators. I don't believe in participants. So these collaborators said, "Ndihamba nje apha, ndihamba namanxeba." And it is one of the chapters in my PhD. When you translate it, the participant collaborator was saying that I walk with wounds. So I represent those stories of wounds, and this is why I even stopped with that project, because I feel guilty to abandon the stories of those wounds. But today, my contribution revolves around digital divide, academic integration, and the call for intersectionality in university, heavily influenced by techno-science. As we are nearing a decade of mass fall in South Africa, which we often categorize as a series of events. However, I argue that it is not, in actual fact, yintlalo yabafundi, and a lifetime of the struggle of Black students since colonialism. This is a moment of reflection at a time where we are also expected to digest a lot of reforms, theoretical shifts, and reimagining our existence as we navigate a university clothed in one academic garment that we ought to conform to. We are in a moment of deliberating about student engagement and participation at a time where even in our country, we are in a political shift attached to young people's political participation. Who has to account and who is included in this conversation? Is it not the other role of neoliberalism that we must keep engaging, arguing, framing in conversations without tangible change, but shape-shift blame? And that we see in South African politics today. But I am not here for political analysis. So, and for as much as Prof said earlier that young people are coming up with incredible ideas and leadership shift, we must also admit retaliation is tiring. The decolonial project as a project of love is emotionally taxing to young people. I worry about our fatigue and to what end will we keep retaliating while the system keeps pushing us, while even the people we are supposed to look up to lack support for our projects. I often come across challenging quotations and discussions that the university can only do much to deal with the issues facing society, politics, and the system. However, I argue, and I quote the work by Mthunzikazi Mbongwane, Sisi Mthunzikazi Mbongwane, a poem called Isipili Sokuqala, that the university experiences by students and staff members is indeed the mirror of the society, with its structures, hierarchies, inclusion in the table, and how many seats are available in each table. In my research on student narratives, I examined the impact of neoliberal advancements and student experiences within the university setting through an intersectional lens. My study revealed a pervasive influence on neoliberal ideologies characterized by the lack of academic integration and emphasis on techno-rationality. Just before moving to academic integration and techno-divide, I would like us to reflect on language transformation as part of the redesign of the curriculum in the university. The university, which is the physical as well as social space. Language transformation in higher education is important as it is the medium through which abantu share their thoughts, opinions, and their physical, social, and spiritual movement. And as Prof has shared earlier, we have got to disrupt the dominance that includes language domination and Eurocentric academic designs. The decolonization efforts of South African universities necessitated a focus on linguistic transformation as part of the bigger transformation project. What universities are lacking, however, is the understanding of the intersections of language, decolonization, and race in shaping the impact of curriculum experiences. How do we decolonize language, expanding it to research methodologies, and theories? We often think about building something new when we speak about theories and methodology, but in actual fact, these methodologies and theories exist. Yindlela esithetha ngayo nabantu, it is the ways in which we engage the communities. Bringing ubuntu nokuba ngumntu in research. What are your methods? How do you have conversations with people? Now, moving to academic integration because of time, the social and administrative integration of students is of great importance, but it is equally important to focus on the academic integration. As discussed by my colleague, academic integration and the administration of access in universities is hierarchical, and that is the main focus. However, it is supposed to provide guidance that enables students to take ownership of their learning, actively participate in educational opportunities, and engage in consultations to determine their own path to success. In a techno-science university setting, what does the process of academic integration entail? This includes examining the investments made, as well as the monitoring and evaluation procedures involved in integrating consultative dialogues with students. What do you mean when you are saying we are including students in conversations? Where are these conversations taking place? Academic integration should be influenced by intersecting systems that different students encounter. The necessity of academic integration lies in the fact that students from diverse social and cultural backgrounds bring with them a variety of life experiences, educational opportunities, expectations, needs, and academic potential. What we are dealing with in universities, in conclusion, is digital divide and intersectional inequality. This we see in the transformation project as well as the technological transformation in higher education, which entails a digital transformation for students and staff members in order to progress the curriculum. These inequalities come from the unequal allocation of resources within South African public universities, stemming, of course, from the legacy of apartheid in the education system. The issue of distribution of resources and intersectional inequalities was mostly exposed during COVID-19, as we know, where in these very same universities, there was a division of two pathways, pathway 1 and pathway 2. That I argue it was actually a division of the have and the have-nots. While many universities play a critical role in assisting many students to access the study material at that time, they did not cover the conduciveness of working from home and the understanding of who the student is. So we often saw the intersection of socioeconomic factors, social class, gender, age, and geographical area. The process of learning is fundamentally interactive. And this process of online learning, we saw it as lacking or defying the idea of communal knowledge development, which is a fundamental aspect of African feminist ideology. My turn.
Thank you, Asife. Thank you very much. Zimi, take us away.
Thank you, Joe. Hi, everyone. So when I was invited by Jenny to be a part of this panel, I thought to myself, my goodness, what am I going to talk about? Because I have been out of school for almost 3 years, both with working within a university and studying there. So I was like, what am I going to talk about? But then I also realized that there are things that I've seen, there are things that I've heard and experienced within the institution that I can draw from to bring into the space today. And while I was reading the reference paper in preparation for this workshop, I was fascinated with the statement of an entanglement between techno-rationality and neoliberalism. And this made me think about an incident that I heard about while I was at UCT as a student. A couple of my colleagues and friends who were part of a scholars council went to a meeting with some university executives. And so when they got to that meeting, they were asked an icebreaker question, which was, what do you think the role of the university is? And many of them provided responses that were related to social justice. So the universities for community building, grooming leadership for the continent, and all those things. And then one of the executives bluntly told them, no, that is not correct. All of you are wrong. The university is there to make money. And if we are not making money as the university, we are failing. And so for me, this neoliberal framing of the university as a profit-driven enterprise has set the right scene for what has been referred to in the reference paper and the concept note for this panel, which is uncritically embracing technological solutions in a bid to maintain the said bottom line that was mentioned to the scholars, which is to make money. And so if a university executive can speak about this so bluntly to student leaders, it's no surprise that techno-rationality has become a dominant paradigm shaping universities. And something that stands out for me, because I've worked in student support, is not just the effect of techno-rationality and neoliberalism on epistemology and knowledge practices, but I'm fascinated, or what troubles me is how it affects boundaries regarding who is an insider and who is an outsider, who's welcome and who's not welcome, which has the potential to disallow solidarities within the university, especially for students who, like me, come from a township, come from a working class background, and go and attend a university such as the University of Cape Town. So recalling back to my time, long time ago, when I was a student, during the mass fall movement and the COVID-19 pandemic, the response of institutions with techno-rational solutions like the learning platforms showed how the uncritical deployment of techno-rationality can affect or have negative consequences for students. And in my second year of master's, I was one of the people working for the Education Development Unit. We're doing check-ins, psychosocial check-ins on students. And many students who come from, Black students who come from township communities and rural communities were really struggling because of the structural limitations, but also with the sudden shift of online learning exacerbating challenges. And while working as a tutor at the same time, I was in spaces where the struggles of students they were encountering were viewed as an imposition or as an inconvenience to lecturers and tutors, trying to fulfill their own roles, trying to meet deadlines, and trying to meet institutional targets. And in such instances, the students were framed as burdens to the smooth functioning of the university machine. And in many instances, the classification of such students would typically be Black, from a working class or low-income background, like a township or rural community. And so looking at this, for me, the fear was that techno-rationality and just neoliberalism as a system poses the threat of reproducing systems of exclusion or marginalization because the struggles that students encounter in dealing with the system and trying to be productive and efficient and deliver within the system create a culture of individualism where students and staff are sort of pitted against each other in the pursuit of fulfilling the tasks, the roles, and the responsibility that has been set by the university establishment. And so the hierarchies, tensions that can be reinforced by techno-rationality also intersect with broader structural issues such as race, class, and gender. And students from marginalized backgrounds still continue to feel alienated and unsupported in a university culture that prioritizes techno-rational solutions over solutions or support that is holistic and context sensitive. And so for me, I kept asking myself this question, even when I was working in student development, about how we can counter these exclusionary dynamics. And I felt like by building solidarities between students, and in my capacity, or in my small capacity then of being an academic staff, it was important for me to reorientate myself and lead or work within a framework of social justice. So if anything, I feel like the Must Fall movement showed that when staff and students come together, then there's a potential for alternative ways of knowing to be produced. There's opportunities for spaces of support to be produced. There is a potential for fostering solidarity that values a labor of care and support, and where marginalization or your disadvantage as a student is not an inconvenience, but is integral to the university's social justice mission. So for me, the collective voice of both students and academic staff, particularly as Prof mentioned, young academic staff coming in, is so important to build that solidarity, because new staff coming in have an understanding because of the positionality and the history. And I will stop there because my time is up.
Thank you very much, Zimi. A huge round of applause for all three for this amazing, interesting way they have contextualized for us the university as a social institution, and how they've highlighted from different research projects and experiences they've had, the kinds of exclusions, the kinds of barriers, the kinds of limitations one will find within the university, and especially shaped by techno-rationality, and even as we heard from the keynote, the neoliberal existence within universities that we quite can't wish away. So we've had a quite an introductory time here. We are now going to have a breakaway session where each of our panelists will engage further with the individuals in each of the groups. So if you look at your name tags, you'll see it is color coded. That was for a reason. There's doors out there, and each of them has a color that corresponds with your tag. So would you please find your way to that place and engage one of these wonderful speakers we've had today in that room? And we shall be back here at 12:30 for a Q&A based on group discussions. And just to announce, for those online, you're going to have a facilitation with somebody to help you. So please stay. You're going to have your own group online as well. Can I please re-invite the panelists to come and finish the job? Well done. Wow, if your breakaway sessions were as exciting as mine, I'm sure you're disappointed that we're coming back here. But I would like to put this together and perhaps also harvest from each of the breakaway sessions, so that what has been shared there can also go all around. I will invite very briefly an individual from each of the groups to just say one thing that stood out before we then have any other feedback or questions. So can we have somebody from the yellow group? I'll start with mine. That was room 2, where Zimi was. Yes, please.
Hi everyone, my name is Sine. My points are a bit scattered, but when we were reflecting on the first session, what stood out the most is that most of the colleagues had a lot to say about the university space and the African dynamic that we are all trying to take. That firstly, it's not looking as if we're taking that direction, but also the question that was posed to us is that then, what is this kind of African university that we want to see? And so the first point that came across was the fact that at Mandela specifically, African students are still referred to as international students, which is quite weird because they are from the continent. So that was what was discussed. And also, I think it's Clifford who came across with a holistic approach to the university space, and he spoke about the profit. I wanted to read the profit culture in Nigeria. He made an example about the profit culture in Nigeria, that it's not very individualistic. It's for the community. So that also came up as a way that how can we not make the university profitable in the Western way? How can we put it in the Africanized way? Also, we spoke about there's a dual consciousness that academics have kind of that they have now, is that there's a truth that we speak and there's a truth that we live, that we kind of torn in between, conforming to what the university acquires of us and also conforming to what our activism acquires of us, because we get into the space as activists and we've been sent by our society, but then when we get in here, then there's another way of conforming. And then we spoke about accessibility into the university, and also about non-competitive approaches as an answer to the poly-crisis that we face in the university space. I'm trying to be very quick. And also the main point that came out of what is an African university and what would it look like. The first example that came up was protest. Even with the workers' strike, even with the student strike, is that protest should not be seen the way that they're seen right now. It should not be met with militarization, when students protest about allowances, about hunger, when workers protest about wages, it's also about hunger. I think I covered all of it. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Sine, for putting that together for us. Very well done. All right, so we'll have somebody from room 1, I think, where Siphe was. Very briefly, in a minute, even if it's a one-liner of what stood out. Somebody's whispering Prof. Sudin.
No. I think what came out was powerfully your story. The story that she's telling of how she has repeatedly crossed boundaries and been able to take the rules and to make the rules in some ways meet her own particular needs. And that was a really powerful story. So thanks very much for sharing, and I hope that people outside of that room there would have had the opportunity to hear that, because I know a lot of the people that you're talking about, but you know the ways in which those people work with you was not about themselves; it was about you, and it's really great to hear that. So there's an example for us to be thinking about in the future, in your own story. All right. Thank you very much. And finally,
I want to add to Prof. What I picked up from the discussion room number 1 is that, in fact, Nelson Mandela University, it's a progressive university. It's very progressive in terms of tackling debates and issues that are not comfortable with other people. For example, I was very happy to get to know that a lot of students can own up to their brand of Nelson Mandela. Because, for example, I was once enrolled in the Social Consciousness and Sustainable Futures course done by Prof. Babaloma Kokona and Nomalanga Mkhize and all of them. And then that's whereby you would get to have information of dealing with Nelson Mandela as the formation figure, as Prof alluded before, but also dealing with Nelson, the name, as the British subject. And Holy Hlahla, the troublemaker. You understand? And Madiba, the clan, and Dalibunga, the Xhosa man. So there are different aspects of who Nelson Mandela is, and I just wanted to say that we are very progressive, and I'm happy about that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Yes, so we'll have the final group. And we had a question that we shall respond from online.
1 2 1 2.
Okay, but let's hear in.
Oh, you want
there's still one more
something?
group.
Oh, okay.
Kama's group.
What's that?
Okay.
See, I'm caring for you. So our group, we looked at the context of the university and recognizing that as transformation practitioners, we need to accept that our students define our context, that we help produce our context, and that we need to recognize and accept the existence of techno-rationality and the neoliberal culture, so that we can we've defined the problem. We have lots of discussions about the problems, but now by doing this, accepting our circumstances, we can form a solution. So what we discussed was finding these spaces of energy whether it be, a lecturer who cares for their students, or a director who makes sure that their staff are cared for, looking for these spaces and knitting them together and keeping the fire burning. So that's what we spoke about in the Pink Group.
Wow, thank you, Michaela. An amazing conversation going on in all three groups. So we will have a question or two. We have one already online to our panelists.
Yes. So Julius had a question based on Asipe's input earlier about communality and Ubuntu. So he wanted to know, how can we incorporate the pre-existing indigenous knowledge systems into the existing curriculum without necessarily sabotaging it, but rather taking advantage of the richness that comes from IKS? Thanks.
But yes. Okay. I'm looking at where I actually wrote about indigenous knowledge systems. But I think to respond to Julius, we ought to understand that there is, of course, the coexistence of privilege and oppression, which is inevitably a reality of the world, and that goes to languages as well. And this has been discussed by Kimberly Crenshaw. Just before responding briefly, I think one of the key things I've learned about incorporating indigenous knowledge systems, particularly when it comes to language decolonization, is that for institutions like also, for example, Xhosa is the problem and not English. So that is that coexistence of privilege and oppression, where people who don't understand isiXhosa, lecturers come into classes to teach in isiXhosa, whilst neglecting the people who do not understand isiXhosa. What does that mean? It means that academics require more support in terms of direction on how to implement IKS into their engagement. That means training and material. And because some academics do implement IKS based on their experience, and sometimes it is the older academics that have been learning through IKS in their experiences. But other academics, especially the academics that are entering the university spaces, that is the Gen Zs and the millennials, they need material in order to incorporate IKS in their study, in their teaching. Some academics also we can utilize language decolonization, indigenous games, storytelling, and for sciences, the idea of traditional medicine, and also important, the restoration of pride and Ubuntu in sustainable livelihood and teaching. And understanding that teaching is a two-way, that it is not the responsibility of the academic to build a curriculum or to incorporate IKS, but also it is the responsibility of the student to engage the curriculum and ask critical questions in order to shape the curriculum to include IKS. So that means, as you are writing, as I was saying in my story, as you are writing, incorporate indigenous knowledge system in your writing and actually give an explanation for the lecturer. And if they mark you wrong, then take it up, because you would have responded to the question, but in your own decolonial way, be it decolonizing language or actually introducing a new way of looking into the solution. And that requires us as academics to open up that space, because sometimes you can't retaliate in a space that is closed.
Thank you, Asipe. So take action, use your power wherever you are. And I think that came out in almost all the groups, that let's not stop at workshopping. Let us do something about what we say. And yes, so thank you very much, Zimi. Thank you very much, Asipe. Thank you very much, Karma. It's been an amazing session. It's been wonderful how you held us together here and in the breakaway rooms. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to thank these three wonderful individuals.
To our colleagues
who are joining us virtually. Welcome to the second session of our engagement today, titled Critical University Studies, Abolitionist University Studies, and the Quest for Decentered Approaches. And our speaker for this session is Prof. Andre Kiet, who will be doing a framing input for 30 minutes. And then from there, we will have breakaway group sessions like we did with the first session. And then we'll reconvene here for a Q&A based on the group discussions. So without wasting any time, I'm going to hand it over to our prof.
Oh, thanks, Fortunate. And the mic is supposed to be on. Must I switch on the mic? It's up. Did you think that I was now speaking through the screen, best? Huh? Just a massive thanks for this invitation from the organizers to make this presentation, but also just to acknowledge the input, of this morning, and the ones that I've attended in person. A fantastic group and generation of young scholars coming through, which bode well for our sector, and of course our different discussions that we have had in the groups in trying to push forward the alternatives that we can knock together that's already emerging in our spaces. Also, just thanks to Luan. Luan has been the kind of a research coordinator for this project, which is NRF funded. We also have, in addition to that, received additional grants just to advance the idea of critical university studies in the South African context, and this workshop is one of those. And then, of course, also to Neil that assisted with the slides, and Jenny in general just holding the research chair work together, and all the young people in that space. You know who you are. I am grateful and I am indebted. Okay. So the question here, of course, is that the great challenges of our time, which emerge now more or less as planetary at a level never seen before, and of course it ranges both from the technological and framing of the world up to deepening inequalities and the development of new inequalities in the system. And then, of course, we also have the conservatization of politics across the globe now, right-wing, political formations that are, part of the democratic project, but they literally, reject that project which have made provision for it. That is part of the challenges that we're facing, but also increased social fragmentation that you also can see in our own country, but also globally. One can more or less say that the project of social cohesion, is no longer viable in the current formulations that we have here. And in that, of course, the university emerges then on a spectrum. There are some who would literally think of the university as a criminal organization. So the university as something that we should try to deconstruct and, in a sense, even abolish, up to the university as a generally and ontologically good institution in need of renewal, and that university should be protected. Now, on this range, between the university as a criminal organization and the university as a good social institution, there are a number of characteristics of the university. And one of those has been the university as key to social critique. And of course, this morning, you have seen examples and a demonstration of the university as a space of social critique. And then, of course, this assumption is part of the way in which we work within the university, and that is that we should be within the university space agents that advances the notion of criticality. And I, in this presentation, would provide one way of how to map this idea of critique within the university space. But critique should also be subjected to the notion of decoloniality, because the idea of critique that emerged in social sciences and philosophy was actually a form of critique that have a particular ideal of progress in mind, which of course is rooted both in modernity but also the question for human progress. And that notion of progress is also a notion of progress that needs to be up for critical interrogation as well. So the idea of critique, away from its colonial formulation or its modern formulation, is something that we also need to take into consideration, because critique has always been one way in which, especially the middle class, makes sense of the weaknesses of social institutions, historically speaking. So the notion of critique that I'm deploying here, simply, because of the way in which we have been trained, does arrive from that same position within which critique itself needs to be put on the table for critique. So the notion of critique must be critique itself coming from critical theory as a social theoretical framework as well. So the first thing is that the university as a space of critique, does seem to be like a very uncontentious one. That is that as a university, we don't take assumptions and knowledges, at face value. We deploy the idea of rigor and, of course, get through critique to a particular position. That, of course, we accept tentatively at a particular time. But then that notion of the university as a space of critique is actually a contestation, because the university as a space of critique has also retreated over the past 20, 30 years as well, even if the idea of critique has dominated intellectual discourse, for many, many years. So one way to read the idea of critique is to affirm the university's relationship to critique as praxis, i.e. that when we do our work, we do so as critical agents with the idea of critique in mind, and of course the university then becomes a site from which to think critically. Read another way, the university is positioned as a site of criticality, like site of struggle over voice, meaning and knowledge production. Now that form of critique, both of them actually were demonstrated in the panel discussion that we had earlier. The idea of the university as a way of linking critique as praxis, and then of course also the university as a site and struggle over voice. One can say over position and one can say over authority, okay? But it is this particular conception of the university that we think it's not particularly new. The university as a space of relationship with critique is fairly established, but the university as a site of continuous struggle for criticality is, we argue, fairly new in the way in which we study the university. Because the presence and prominence of critique and criticality in the university that has especially emerged in contemporary times is something at a level that we have not experienced before. Like, for instance, this idea of a gathering like this with young academics and students and scholars, demonstrating the university as a site of critique has not been commonplace, say, for instance, like 10 years ago. But at the heart of critique, and this is the question that we also had in the group discussion, is the quest for renewal. I look at what Sonia's intervention also was. There's always, in monolithic constructions, always light, always crack, critiques, whether it's neoliberalism, whether it's capitalism, whether it's institutional culture. Okay, there's always those different sets of cracks. And so the task of critique, of course, is to put forward the renewal of our cultural traditions. And yeah, of course, it is our own cultural traditions, not the cultural traditions only of those that we are critiquing, which is sometimes a default of our way of looking at the world, is that we critique everything else except ourselves. And that is one of the key ideas of renewal. And that renewal must include a form of self-critique so that you can also transform and renew your own knowledges and practices in which our economic and other kinds of arrangements has become structurally anchored. That's why you have the way in which discriminations and exclusions are produced in the system. And so critique is the opening of categories that are closed, right? To reveal the antagonisms and the contradictions in it. And if you encircle an antagonism long enough, there will be an opening emerging, okay? And so the idea of critique that we have in mind is a critique that think through the ways in which those openings can emerge. In the context of decentered, higher education studies, we have put together both a mapping of how the field has emerged, but you can see that even in the context of the university as such an old institution, the idea of higher education studies as a technocratic epistemic regime is fairly young. It's not an old field of study. For many, many decades and millennia, perhaps even if we trace the university back, to times much longer ago than we normally do, for many, many years, of course, the idea that the university is busy with the question of knowledge production was not up for study itself. You can see that though the first documented subject was offered in the 1800s, the work of Clark only in 1996, become like the beginning of the notion of higher education studies. It was the first piece that was published on that. Okay? And that was almost a century after the first reflections on the university as a social institution then emerged. And in the 1990s, of course, we saw a deepening in that study. So the university as a social system becomes then a field of study in its own right. And there are many people, of course, who regard themselves now as experts on higher education studies. It's a fast-growing area as well. And in South Africa, of course, we had a particular notion emerging around higher education transformation studies, which was mooted, I think, around the 2015 as well. And it did, of course, connect with higher education studies conventionally understood, but it added, like a socially context-specific, idea about what it may mean in the South African space itself. And there has been some analysis being done as to how that emerged through the writings of scholars in our own space as well. And in various regards, of course, and Crane has also done a lot of work on this, on the sociology of higher education. So the 8-point of research themes that first made up the field, was advanced, to cover the question of transformation in the South African context, as well as a paper published that was 2016, published by Gqeberha et al. As well. So from a social justice perspective, that even if there is a massive growth on the study of the university, from a social justice perspective, the body of knowledge is relatively small, very, very small. I'll show you some of the slides later on that gives you the proportion as to how this research playing itself out. That is why it is so important that we build these networks with cross generations of scholars to drive the growth of social justice related work within the university as well. And We have done an bibliometric analysis of more than 26,000 articles that have been written on the South African higher education sector, which I refer to later on. Okay. One of the major insights from higher education studies is that the academy and the university does not have a critical ontology of itself, i.e., it does not know what it is actually doing. It claims A, okay, but a deeper dive discursively into what the university actually does will, of course, show something different. Because we are so accustomed to the various kinds of authorities that we generate through knowledge production that we seldom stop and reflect on what form of critique should be, what we can say, should be practiced around our own work so that that particular critical ontology can emerge as well. Very, very uncritical about our own work within the university sphere. That work, of course, has been proven, through Homo academicus of Purdue for many, many decades as well, because we are simply catatonic or deaf to the kinds of ways in which critical voices about the university came to the fore. But the critique of intellectual pursuits also has one other major weakness as another insight of these studies, and that is that it accepts the goodness of the university and its social agents a priori. So it doesn't question whether these kinds of things should exist and whether these different sets of academic relationships and knowledge production processes should exist. It accepts it a priori as a good thing for society. And because of that, because there's an a priori acceptance of the university as a good institution, we have a functionalist approach to the analysis of the university, and then of course also a technocratic approach. And that's why we are being overwhelmed by techno-rationality, because it advances a functionalist reading of the university. And so it's a good thing that over the past 3 decades, we have seen much deeper interrogation of the field. And so the first mapping of the higher education studies field, appeared, around about 20 years ago. And then, of course, higher education transformation studies took shape in South Africa. And at the same time, critical university studies came to the fore in the Anglo-American context, through a paper put together by Williams as well. In that context of critical university studies understood in the Anglo-American context, it had the corporatization of the university in mind, i.e., the managerialist moves that were very, very predominant in the university space over the past 15, 20 years. And it thought of the university being a better type of institution prior to its corporatization. But of course, we in our own space and CriSHET, we argue that that particular way of looking at critical university studies is not productive. So that was the first wave of critical university studies in response to the growth of higher education studies. And so both the managerial structures and the shift in labor relations that comes with it, of course, and moving away from the question of tenured academic staff, then emerged as study fields in the 2000s. The corporate nature of the university, of course, led to its enmeshment, because of its enmeshment or entanglement with global capital and its systems, for example, through international exchange, aid and partnerships, feed into the globalized institutional image of the university as a particular institution that should be protected within the space of higher education studies. we have long argued about our universities should rather advance social legitimacy through other means. And there are a number of fields that emerge out of critical university studies, and I'll refer to a few. The one is first, the Abolitionist University Studies argues that the university has never been a good institution, historically speaking, i.e. that university has never existed in the past. So it focuses more on the good university of the future, okay? Because the argument from the abolitionist is that the university is built on a colonial matrix, and in the Northern American space, directly on slavery, okay? And the exploitation of people of African descent, okay? So that, and as you may well know, the notion of abolitionist studies actually came from plantation studies that engages the slavery, challenge that we've experienced not so long ago. So Abolitionist University Studies is directly in opposite to critical university studies. Because it says, yeah, of course, it's important to deal with the neoliberal backlash against the university, but it crops out the current violence constitutive of how the university itself emerged. And South Africa has, of course, a number of those examples as well. You have worked at some of those institutions. I don't have to argue with you about that as well. Now, all of them, of course, has the question of dismantling racial capitalism in mind from different points of view. The second group, of course, is the one that is what I would call, we haven't written too much about it, I'm only starting to factor it into our work now, is both the refusal studies, i.e. the refusal of the university, and we have discussed that. How do we do good work within the university as constant refusal and renewal for the university's micro-practices and structural shifts to happen within the university space. But also the question of undercommoning now, which is a notion developed by Moten and Hani in the context of how black fugitivity emerged within colonial institutions, i.e. that the black academic is always a fugitive, and that part of the ways in which that work needs to happen is in the undercommoning of the university, where people who are not accepted within the system comes together as solidaristic networks, that works against the conventional structure of the university. Now, you can track even some of those kinds of arguments into some of the current practices that young academics and students are trying to put together in the South African space as well. Of course, they don't call it undercommoning because there are other terms that are at play, whether decolonial networks or whatever they prefer. So the way of thinking through undercommoning and abolitionism, and this is where we will have to think a bit more carefully about it, is that in the context of slavery and plantation studies and the emergence of the black radical tradition, which is a massive, massive archive of knowledges developed over more than 100 years now, that literally sets up epistemologies of oppression, new forms of engaging knowledge, and for making life and making sense of life through these kinds of work that has been done in other parts of the world and also on our continent. It actually had a new world making in mind. It didn't have a form of paralyzed cynicism about a social order as its departure point, but precisely the way in which we think about critique as the opening of those categories of the possibilities. And the same goes for abolitionists. It is not the destruction of the university. It is the reconstruction of the university, the abolitionist terms, the new world making, what they will call positive world making. And what they actually mean by that is that we must first have a social critique of what it is that we are, and then from there develop the different sets of possibilities, build the impossible, to quote directly from the Abolitionist University Studies Charter as well. So in decentered terms, and this is where we wanted to separate, our field, subfield, if one can call it, and of course this is open to critique, all just tentative ideas, is that part of the reason why we put forward the idea of Decentred Critical University Studies was precisely so that we don't have a romantic notion of a university that we have to return to, because that will actually be the apartheid university. Okay? And that we don't have a nostalgia about a better institution simply because we have massive challenges in the present, because that would be counterproductive and it would be historically incorrect and not true as well. And for all of those who have these different sets of nostalgia, once the social reality is presented to them in its nakedness, of course they know that there is no nostalgia. Okay? There is simply just a way of building the university of the future as it needs to come together. So the way in which we then think about Decentred Critical University Studies, and I'm not going to go through these ones, is that it's a space of emancipation, emergent, always tentative knowledges, that no new dogmas. You don't replace one dogma with a new dogma, but you always you use rigor and you use your methodological tools, but you present your work as always tentative for a particular period of time. It gets either verified or falsified as you move ahead with testing the various kinds of ideas as well. I'll try and venture some ways in which that can happen later on. And so we think of it in these center terms around three ways. And that is the knowledge we need to create for a more equitable, just, and sustainable world. So that you can see the difference between critical university studies and Decentred Critical University Studies. The one wants to return to a nostalgic position of the university, which would not have given you that first one. Because that would have been the university conventionally understood that has served a particular elite in the ruling class. And the second one would be the knowledge when we need to understand such things as the universe, humanity, and human relations. Big chunk of relationality and mutuality within the notion of Decentred Critical University Studies. And then, of course, knowledge we need to translate or vernacularize across languages, epistemologies, and cultural contexts that fosters rather than impedes understanding. Now, Africanization as a contextual formulation of decolonialization is one of the ways in which that number 3 will play itself out, of course. I've got 5 minutes to go, so will you give me an extra 5 minutes? I just want to go through those. Is that right? So what I wanted to share with you is the way in which we think the question around decentredness and disclosure. So remember the argument that the university doesn't have a critical ontology of itself, i.e. it doesn't have the categories for studying its own determinants, and it doesn't have the categories for studying the production of the professoriate, for instance. It doesn't have those categories. It can't tell us how does the professoriate come into being in ways that it does, and in the different sets of cultural, historical, and racialized patterns through which it emerged. Okay? Or you can ask anybody in employment equity offices how difficult it is to engage with those kinds of things, because the argument is simply going to be is that we don't have the black professor outside of the context of how the white professor is politically produced. You see, so, and the two of them, of course, they're networked in different kinds of ways that requires a disclosure of how that happened. And that disclosure is the disclosure that will then provide for a critical ontology of the university. And of course, through that, of course, you will have different forms of decolonial possibilities emerging. So the definitional framework around Decentred Critical University Studies take those forms of knowledges into consideration, but it also try and study the way in which privilege, authority, and power is distributed and racialized within the university space. And the key task is that once that disclosure happens, the options of what to do will become a bit more clear, okay? So, like Crane has always had this particular kind of challenge, is there an analysis of neoliberalism that can give us bite sizes of challenges that we can actually deal with, instead of just saying that the university is a neoliberal institution? What are the practices that can emerge from those kinds of analysis that we need to put on the table? And so, whilst DCUS, of course, includes the critique of the neoliberal university, it does draw on abolitionist studies, it does draw on refusal studies, and more recently on undercommoning studies, as well as decolonial studies, and other radical ways of studying the university. Now, the students in our space that present their work to us certainly have that particular framework in mind, if you listen to, for instance, what Ama was presenting this morning as well. So we try to build a new way of approaching the study of the university. Not to say that the other ways of studying the university is not productive. It has its own purposes. But for transformative reasons, and if you have a transformative ideal in mind, you have to study the university differently. That is our argument. Now, in a study of the ideological seascapes of higher education research, McFadden, of course, this was published in 2021, shows of all the studies that has happened in the Journal for Higher Education, internationally speaking, these are the different sets of ideological positions that comes through in the study of the university. And you can make sense of it in different kinds of ways. Of course, both the reformist and the pragmatist islands are the biggest, if you can see them from there. Then, of course, dystopian retreats, there you are, Carmen. You know, the people that retreat, the struggles are just too much, you know? Yeah. The struggles are too much. And there's also a big field of work. So that island is not too small. You have the idealization island here, and then, of course, the activist atoll at the top there is actually very small. So activist work around the university is not a big field of study within the university. Okay, so those are the ways in which one can map the way in which people study the university. And I always say to people, and this is one of the, finishing now. So the universities have this new idea which is tied to techno-rationality, which they call digital transformation, okay? And in that context of digital transformation, and the young ones also argued it this morning, you have further inequalities coming through. Then, of course, the university responded and said, no, that is not true. We are combining social transformation and digital transformation to run parallel to one another, i.e., that digital transformation will become a mechanism for social transformation. But if you study what it is that researchers in the university write about, across more than 6,000 articles, there is a total disconnect between digital transformation and social transformation. And this is one of the ways in which one provides for a disclosing critique of the university. So, no, but you say this, but this is actually what the university is doing. And because the two, in terms of visualizations, because the two of them don't even touch one another, what is the upshot of that? That is that digital transformation will create new forms of inequality, and it will certainly entrench existing inequalities, because its distance from social transformation is so vast. Got a slide for that as well. That is the real work that we are doing in the university. That is not what we're saying we're doing. That is what, if you analyze our research, that is actually our practices. That's one example of a disclosing critique. This one is another example of a disclosing critique. So when it comes to just the educational research in general, you can see that there are two islands dominating. The one is the policy island, and the other one is the teaching and learning island, also understandably, of course. And then if you overlay them on the ideological front, you can, of course, see why it is that the work on transformative studies of the university is so few and little that it can't make a dent in the way in which we understand the transformative project of the university. But that is growing. Let me immediately say that. Now, if you look at the real numbers of research articles published on university transformation, there's also a massive growth in that. Proportionally, of course, not as much as those ones that focuses on others as well. This is the one that focuses on South Africa. The other ones, they were global. This is a study that Daniela and I are busy with. And one of the things that interested me was I wanted to, and of course I need to do this, or we need to do this as well with regard to our own university. Like, you can ask a simple question. What does the thematics of our master's and PhD studies say about the knowledge project of the university? It's a very, very powerful study over the past 10 years. What does it say about the university? Those studies are not available. Those are studies that still need to happen, because we will have to understand what, in the real mandate expression of the university, how the university constructs its transformative potential or its conservative potential through the knowledge project. So those are just giving you that as an example. In this particular study, we wanted to understand, so we have 26,000 articles on South Africa, higher education, since 1993 to the present, and they also disaggregated every second year. So what kinds of research are being generated on the topic of South African higher education? What kinds of trends are currently in practice? How much they differ from other trends? How do these trends inform, reproduce, challenge, or develop existing social, political, cultural, economic, and other systems within the university? How does it reproduce inequalities? Which countries, universities, and authors are writing about the South African higher education system, and where? Now, despite the fact that we have one of the highest research output numbers per country on the continent, the research on our system is predominantly from the global north. Even if ours is not too small ourselves as writers, but it's the global north that has published more on South African higher education than South African scholars themselves. So the different sets of search strategies then shows how this, so the exact number of data that we've used were 26,000, I'm sounding like President Zuma, 26,467 articles, right? Between 1993 and 2023. And so there are 4 periods that we have that. And so the thematic areas that are coming through, of course, mirror almost exactly that of the global trend, and that is teaching and learning policy. But there are 2 clusters that are actually studied in isolation from one another. And of course, we don't know as yet. We have to speculate why that is the case and why that disjuncture is there. This is the last paragraph, fortunate, so don't worry too much about it. So there has been an increase in numbers. That's the first, insight in terms of this, but there is also a growing focus on the rankings and research impact. Now, for those who have presented this morning, you can clearly see what it is that we're up against. Both rankings and research impact are formulation of exactly the kinds of cultural values of the university against which we have to work against. Otherwise, we won't be able to develop solidaristic practices across institutions and across academics as well. The 4 clusters of research: teaching and learning, quality control, identity, and policy. Okay. Now, quality control, to emerge as the second highest number within South African higher education studies, is a very, very worrying trend, because it certainly points towards the kinds of managerial tendencies within the universities. And there are new clusters. So you have sustainability coming through. Then, of course, COVID, also a year or so ago. And then thirdly, there are also different sociological positionings and social ideological positions coming through in this study. So you have a small growth of a decolonial framework emerging, so that is good. Also other forms of the radical study of the university, but still very, very small. And then, of course, techno-science discourse is also a big area coming through. And then fourth, the work that's on the margins, the activist work that's on the margin, social justice, decolonization work, also shows a particular increase, but proportionally not as fast as the others. So you can see that gap is also going to grow bigger as well. And so we won't have the knowledges that we require and the analysis that we require to make very, very good choices about the transformative openings available to us within the university, and we need that research. And then, of course, the question about the research being done mostly outside of our own country as well. So methodologically, our preference have always been metadata analysis and big data mobilization to disclose trends, and then, of course, see what kind of interpretations and I always argue what kind of interpretations and speculations one can put forward about the university. So with that, colleagues, this is presentation. So many, many thanks for listening. Okay, there you are. Thanks.
Thank you, Prof, for those provocations. So now we're going to have breakaway sessions, breakaway group discussions, and they will be facilitated by myself, Sonia, and also Prof. So I'm already Team Green. Prof is Team Yellow. Is Team Yellow here in the main? Or so Prof, you're going to have to. Do you want to stay here? Or
No, I can do.
Okay. So Team Pink remains here. Welcome back, colleagues, and also welcome back to our colleagues joining us virtually. So we're gonna have one representative from each groups who can just share the kind of provocations, comments, questions, discussions they have as a group. And then from there, we'll have one last round of any questions, any burning questions from the floor. So if we can have one representative from the yellow team, then pink, then green. We also have roving mics, so maybe we can go to the pink team if they're ready.
Oh, thank you. But Sonia. But anyway, yeah, Thank you, colleagues. We had a very fruitful discussion on the whole ideas on transformation, and we're talking about how there's this disconnect between all of these progressive ideas that are circulating within the university on how to tackle, let's say, for instance, student hunger, right, or whatever interventions that university might have in order to mitigate some of the struggles students are facing. And now what we came across is that we'd sit in seminars, discuss this, we'll have decolonization in Davos, we'll have all of these things, we'd have resource mobilization, saying how they mobilize X amount of money, to help. But you get to the ordinary student on the ground, they don't know how then to access all of these things, where to go to, you find, they only subject to these food puzzles, but you find now that there are committees, there are all of these things which write reports on how they are doing, on how the quota ended, and all of these things, but there's this disconnect, between the work that is being done conceptually and seminars and writing and reports to how it actually makes a practical difference to the everyday lives of students who, unfunded, don't have accommodation. These are all issues we're crafting about, but they don't reach, that how then do we mitigate? Of course, the interventions must be accompanied by sound scholarship to then try and mitigate these problems, but the benefactors, the people who are supposed to be benefiting from these things aren't aware that they're even there. How then, even now, we're having these seminars and these talks, it's exam time. And we're preaching amongst the converted already. The people who are supposed to be and learning about all of these things busy with their exams, right? So this connection we're talking about. So thank you.
Thank you. And we're going to have Bothwell for the green team.
Okay, thank you. I will try to summarize the way I understood what was said in our group, but very insightful things were coming up, especially after Prof's presentation, which was also loaded. So the insights were appreciated, and particularly the notion that is the heart of critique, there's renewal. So one participant raised the issue that often critics are seen as radicals, but the idea of critique as a renewal actually resonated. Then there's also the idea of rethinking the university's role. And the questions were asked that, are we studying what is relevant in this context? And there was also the emphasis that the university should be a hub of transformation. So participants noted that without critique, there's a risk of stagnation. And it was emphasized that the critique brings new ideas and breaks hegemony. Then there was also the issue to say, as a young scholar, making your critique visible without an authoritative voice can be challenging. So what strategies can one employ? And there's also the concept of self-critique within an abolitionist framework, which was also discussed. Then the issue that the field of study is new, and hence it can also be open to diverse interpretations or misinterpretations. But however, viewing the university as a corporate entity, there's also the issue that we might lead to misunderstandings of its key characteristics. Then Prof also raised the issue that universities face closure due to financial reasons world over. So how can we constitute this beyond the corporatization of higher education? And there was also the issue of understanding relationships within universities that are complex. For instance, in universities, we assume that older people know more than young people. But is it always true? Or the young people might actually come with new ways of knowing or suggesting things to take things forward. So the issue then is, how do we address these inequalities and democratize the university? And there was lastly the issue of writing as an essential before putting theory into practice. So if there's no practice without theory. That's underscoring the importance of understanding the university critical aspects. So thinking critically is integral part of the social justice. Thank you.
Thank you. And then now we'll hand over to the yellow team.
Hi again, everyone. So one of the discussions that we had in our breakaway session was Prof spoke particularly about how he has this idea that has not been yet tested, but he believes in it, that if all departments in the university space can all work collectively towards a transformation agenda, then we might get to a place whereby we're really seeing it practically. We also made an example that there's this huge ranking order that universities sort of compete to get towards, and now we cannot build relations amongst us as universities. He made an example about the Woos Medical School could have gotten help from Stellenbosch, or the Enemy Medical School could have gotten help from the Wits Medical School, but those relations cannot exist because everyone is in a competitive state. There was also a point about how social systems take a long time to change, but revolutions speed this up. That now the students are showing that these old systems are not able to deal with the new problems. So, yeah, thank you.
Thanks to all the teams. Sounds like we all had fruitful provocations. So now we're going to open up to questions, any questions you might have, and also to Prof. And then we'll give Prof an opportunity to just close it off. So it's open for questions. Any pending questions? If not, then I'll hand it over to Prof. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
People are hungry, that's why they don't have any questions now. Okay. Yep. No, of course, let me just say many thanks. It's lovely to throw out some ideas, and of course these ideas are actually collective ideas. In our space, we debate and discuss this many times over with young people, and so I don't know. In fact, maybe I was thinking about how to write this stuff. I don't even sometimes know how I work. But I just know that I draw so much on these little discussions. Now, I find it very surprising that your group can't see the connect, to be honest, because the question of student hunger is a transformation dilemma that needs to be disclosed, in which the university operates. And of course, just think of it, if the university's forms of inequalities have not been disclosed by critique, the question of student hunger would not have been on the table in the first instance, because it comes out of that observations of the university. So the fact that the university as a social institution who takes on the responsibility to respond to social challenges within its own space comes from these observations and reflections. So there's a big connection between those two matters, the real struggles of people, and then, of course, the way of thinking analytically through it. The big connect between those. And then, of course, young people also know, I always say to people, for us in this space, it is better to focus on those who attend than worry about those who are not here. Okay? And given the way in which the university operates, a slot in the university is never perfect. It's never 100% perfect. Whether you have this thing at 12 o'clock at midnight, whether you have it on Christmas Day, none of those things. They are not perfect. There will always be exclusionary patterns coming through in these kinds of things that we have to accept and just work the best with what we have and with the people that want to invest energy into that project. In fact, when Clifford was talking, I thought, I always make this example. So when at the University of the Free State, when the students complain about white students not attending the events, then I say, did you bring any white student with you today? So the question that I wanted to put on the table is that if we want to build relations of people that do not generally attend these things, those are individual work that we do in our everyday spaces. It won't happen through a memo. It's not going to happen through an email. Okay? That's work that you have to do one-on-one with the people you think that should be in the discussion. And that's a collective responsibility. Okay? It's the same that I ask for the young people when we have events at Bird Street as well. If you have a particular kind of interest in a group attending something, invest the energy and we'll support for that kind of work to happen. But the long and the short of it is that I have found today's discussion amazing. I don't my worries is not about who is not here, because I know that there are so many factors playing into the way one organizes these kinds of things. The question of critique and renewal, and this is the other thing, of course, is that, as you can imagine, for most of my career in the academy, which is not long, the question about being too conceptual and too theoretical have always come through Boston. And I'm not saying that that is what you're saying. I'm just putting it as an anecdote, né? And I've always found it so surprising that people think that there is a theory there and that there is a practice. I found that so surprising, because it doesn't register in my head that the two are distinct. You see, because they are so integrated. The way that I think interpretively and analytically is also even the way in which I try to manage, in which I engage with young people, in which I engage with my colleagues, in which I engage with knowledge as well. So I want us to think carefully that though the domains of theory and practice are separate domains, they are most definitely entangled in ways that anything that one does is informed by forms of assumptions, even if you are unaware of those. And part of critical university studies is to disclose those assumptions to ourselves. Now, what are my assumptions about the work that we do and how we deal with that? And I'm so glad that your group focused on the way of critique and renewal, because one of the things that especially for us from a different generation, one of our key ethical responsibilities is, through knowledge work, generate a sense of hope and possibility for the younger generations that are in our space. I find the form of pessimistic theorization very anti-youth in the way in which some of this work happens, because we have a responsibility to more or less engage with young people whose life lies ahead, to instill forms of hope and possibilities in that space. And that's why critique and renewal needs to come together like that. Of course, you worry about so many of the structural issues and challenges, but I like that. And then, of course, in our own group, we had a great discussion about structures and agencies and mind and reason. Oh, here's my notes. I'm not reporting, but the way in which the deeper discussion about how even in the most difficult ways in which structures impact our life and practices, the space for human agency is there. So historically confirmed, throughout the years. That doesn't matter how massively powerful these structural forces are, human agency is always a possibility. So with that, and I always do this. So some of the thinking will change and shift and try and reformulate some of the ideas and so on. And I'll try and put together, it took me a while, of course, just trying to put together some kind of definitional and methodological frameworks together for what we in the chair space regard as Decentred Critical University Studies. I know that I haven't touched a lot on Techno-Science-Society because that work has been done within the groups and by Crane as well. But it will certainly advance our research parameters and at least sharpening it up in many, many different kinds of ways. And of course, in ways where we are of practical use to the university and its students and staff, and as well, of course, to the sector. So many, many thanks for all your engagement with this work. I am really, really thankful and grateful for that. Thanks, Fortunate, for holding this together.
Thank you, Prof, and thanks to all the teams for the wonderful discussions. So now the last part of today is to hand it over to Dr. Joe to do reflections for us.
I will choose to sit so that you don't see me shiver. But good evening to you all. And I guess you will agree with me, today has been a full plate for all of us, not just the food, but all the engagements we've had and all the wonderful presentations and the breakaways. My attempts at a reflection is very much going to be a summation, more or less, of how the kinds of ideas that came through that I picked up throughout the day. Very exciting to have been part of this, and very exciting that many of you have taken the time and stayed the entire time. And we hope we shall also have this kind of attendance tomorrow, so that we have a complete cycle of these discussions. So today was launched by Prof. Crane-Sudin with a keynote on Mandela in a Techno-Science Society. So he based the presentation on the work they do with teams and with Critical University Studies. He addressed two critical points at the beginning. One of them was that we can't run away from neoliberalism, and that neoliberalism is a defining feature of every university in the world. And this comes with consequences, corporatized university settings and that kind of thing. He also pointed out that the sociology of higher education, in fact, comes from the sociology of management. So what we are stuck with is, because we are looking at our higher education setup from managerial lenses. So
we're not talking the conference.
Those might be my biggest fans all the way in Uganda. All right. So, yes. So, because we are looking at higher education from management lenses, we are going to also be stuck with a number of things. And some of these include the idea of marketization being part and parcel of higher education, ritualized performativity, and individualization. And also the key idea of then what is allowed and what is disallowed in higher education within the setting of universities came out very prominently. The second key area that he addressed was the issue of scientism. Scientism, yes. Where he addressed the false idea that we think we can solve all the problems in the world through the university. And that this false belief that human beings can solve all the problems can solve all the problems that they face. So he points out that the dominance of this kind of thinking makes it very difficult to put in dialogue any alternative ideas of how the world can seek to address its current predicament. Going forward, in the approach that was presented in the keynote, it was clearly pointed out that the idea of Mandela is not an imposition. It is not what rather it is. It is a prism through which the university could be imagined, because we already the idea was being premised on the differentiation between impositions and engagement. So even the idea of Mandela through the work they do with teams is not an intention to impose it on the university, but to use it as a way to open Mandela and not to package him as it might have been, it might be thought perhaps. All right. So in the keynote still, he points out 5 different areas which is I felt these were very interesting ones to keep note of, especially for future discussions, where he notes that it would be important to disrupt dominance, disrupt centering, yes, and get everything good around you into combustive energy within universities. The second idea was that it's important to have alternative holding cultures, where he introduced a very interesting tongue-twisting term, crisis. I hope I pronounced that correct. Every time I saw the word, I tried to run away from it sounding like crisis at the end, and I just ended up saying crisis. Crisis. That's correct. And then the third was the need to develop pedagogical publics, and then the idea of holding conflicts in place, and lastly, exploring unboundedness. He noted that there were a few challenges with how this work is going to be done, because the structure of the university always poses a barrier to engagement, but he also gave us hope in the opportunities that exist in terms of holding cultures that can be nurtured, and also, for example, exploring Mandela, the Mandela figure, and one that can be developed into an Africanization and and decolonization framework. Yeah, so that was the keynote, and for me that was a lot to take in and a lot to engage with, especially around the person of Mandela and the engagement that they as a project and with teams they're holding together, not ideally as an imposition. That stood out for me, but opening him up and a form of framing I can imagine around how we can see the university, and of course the idea of being self-conscious and working critically with one's positionality within the university. All right, so that was the keynote, which really set us going and set all the wheels in motion, all the excitement around the rest of the engagements of the day. And immediately after that, we had a team of 3 wonderful people that I sat with at the front, who shared from experience and from their studies about exactly the ideas that Prof. Crane had set into motion. So the topic was on students, labor, and progressive solidarities in a Techno-Science-Society. And what stood out is that they pointed out from their experiences the kinds of barriers that intersectional limitations that pose intersectional limitations to agency within the university social space. So from each of their conversations, we then broke up into groups, focus groups in the different rooms. I was with Color Yellow, so I had the privilege of hearing firsthand very exciting discussions that were shared by Zemi. And one of the key things that came out for us as a group, aside from even what we did share, is that the university is still an elite space, and we have to acknowledge that. And the university also socially engineers us within its space. So while we talk of activism and the desire to do different things, the university still has quite a hold on how we perform within it. And then this was a very exciting point that academics face the same kinds of challenges that politicians face. You could have a very well-intentioned politician, but the system very easily tunes them into a different direction. So pure intentions are usually not enough to change, because individuals will find themselves stuck with the system. Thank you. I wave back at you. Individuals will find themselves stuck with systems. And the questions that arose were, can we really be activists and still do what the system requires us to do? And how do we stand in solidarity with protest action, for instance, and not get in trouble? Because in doing these things, then sometimes the system then comes for us head on. And then the idea also that while we've talked about the university and also understood it as an entity that can be profit-making, the idea of profit-making does not have to be demonized, but it could be looked at from an African perspective, because it's possible to make profit that is socially aware as well, and it's not the neoliberal cutthroat kind of profit-making process that it tends to be. So that was exciting. From the other groups that we had, we had we had ideas that came through that, students, of course, helped to define the context of the university, and then that we have to accept. So there was a lot of acceptance coming through. I don't know if this was a kind of desperate, thing for us, but there's an acceptance of techno-rationality and the neoliberal culture as actually a reality that we stand with. Finally, we had a wonderful session that has closed us off. I'm sure that is still very fresh for everybody, by Professor Andre Keynote on Critical University Studies, now my mother tongue is coming in. Abolitionist University Studies. We tend to have L and R interchanged quite often. And the quest for decentered approaches. A few key points that came out was the setting the premise and explaining two extremes of how universities are understood, either as a criminal organization on one end and as an entity that is generally accepted to be socially good, a good social institution. So those are the two extremes that people understand universities, and a lot of people find themselves in between somewhere along that. Amongst the other points the other insights that came through is that, higher education doesn't have a critical ontology of itself. And that is a very important point, clarified as we don't seem to know, and I'm even softening it. We don't know what we are actually doing within higher education. That's the harder point. And then we also very highly uncritical of our own work, which makes it difficult to be self-reflexive, I imagine. And then there's also an acceptance, the general acceptance of the university as good through the Critical University Studies yes, there's a general acceptance of the university as good. With that 1 minute left. So the debate around critical university studies and abolitionist studies was then put together alongside each other. And still the managerialism comes in with the idea of critical university studies because it focuses on management and globalizing processes, while on the other hand, abolitionist studies focus on argue that the university has never been good and that the only good university is in the future. In all the things that Prof. Keynote said, I also liked the final point that he made because he offered an idea around methodology, and he says one of the ways we can get to really engage with the universities through big data analysis to find what kinds of interpretation one can make about the university. Yes, of course, for me, who also does research within universities and institutional change, it's one of the key barriers will also be the access of current, ongoing, data, which takes us back to a point that was mentioned earlier, that indeed universities do face the same issues. University officials and everybody who works in the university does face the same issues that politicians might face. Good intentions might not be enough. And perhaps this will usher us into a discussion tomorrow that will answer some of these questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. And thank you, Porchat. I don't know. Am I on?
So it's on.
It's on. There we go. Okay, cool. So I just wanted to say thank you so much for joining us for these discussions today. supper will be now outside over here. It's nothing too fancy, but we thought we'd keep it early so that everyone can go home and get under the covers before it starts raining. And then tomorrow we'll start at 9 o'clock for the last session, and then after tea that will be followed by a group discussion around pathways forward, questions that might still need answers, ideas for projects, collaborations. So mull over those tonight. And then we'll just finish off with lunch tomorrow and be done hopefully before 2. And then just to say, the caterer has promised that he has made plans for the dietary requirements for supper, even though it wasn't done for lunch. So if you have any specific dietary requirements, please do double check. And if that hasn't been sorted out, please let me know. Thank you. And have a good evening. Bye.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to our colleagues who are joining us virtually. Welcome to day 2 of our workshop. Thank you again for joining us today for another session of exciting conversations on critical university studies. Our engagement yesterday began with Prof. CriSHET's keynote address on Mandela in a Techno-Science-Society, which opened up conversations and provoked in us to think about Mandela, the figure, as a continuous formation. Mandela is a site within the university to hold in check the effects of neoliberal accountability. Prof then also delved into the make of what is a technocratic university, and he spoke to many ideas, which some of them include the idea of scientism, which is favoring hard sciences and always seeing humanities lagging behind. And Prof then led us into the provocation of how do we decenter, how do we do decentering, how do we rethink about accountability measures in the spaces that we occupy, and how do we change practices in our institutions, and how do we think about coming with new practices. And then Prof proposed an idea of alternative holding cultures, which speaks to disrupting dominance. And what stood out for me was he was elaborating on exploring unboundedness, which is coming up with new modes of inquiry, new ways of experimentation as we are within the space, and think about new ways or alternative ways that challenge conventional inquiries. And then from there, we had breakaway sessions, and we closed the day with Prof. Andre Kiet input on Abolitionist University Studies and also Critical University Studies. And what stood out in those conversations was the idea of critique as renewal. He foregrounded ideas of disclosing critique, that as we are in the university, we can't shy away about the fact that critique is a direct constitute for transformation, that when we are occupying the spaces, we must think about embracing critique. So today, the first session today will be a discussion of the forthcoming ACUSAfrica book project. And then from there, we'll have breakaway sessions, and then we'll come back for Q&A. And then the second session will be a discussion of ideas and issues that have been raised throughout this workshop. So if you have any burning questions from yesterday, some that may come today, think about them as that the last session will be an opportunity for you to share those comments or burning questions. Without wasting time, I'll now hand over to our facilitator for the first session, which is Tlange.
Okay, good morning and welcome to the third session of our workshop. Today's workshop is on advancing critical university studies for Emancipatory Imaginations book discussion. I'm Angelani and I will be your facilitator. Before we begin, just some housekeeping. So our one panelist will have 15 minutes to speak. Our timekeeper is Fortunate over there, so please be mindful of her. We will start with the panel conversation and then move into the breakaway group discussions. You should have received a colored sticker. Each of the colors correspond to a different breakaway room where you will discuss some of the topics covered in the panel discussion. And then we'll all meet back here for the Q&A based on your group discussions. We might have just one group in here for today. Yeah. And then, so I'm going to introduce Dr. Jenny du Preez. Jenny du Preez has a PhD in literary studies and English and is currently the senior manager programs of the chair for critical studies and higher education transformation. Her research explores the representation of the university in South African fiction and how literature and literary studies might offer a disclosing critique of the social imaginary of the university. She's also interested in the representation of gender and sexuality, literature from Africa and the diaspora, women's writing, and the erotic. So can we please put our hands together for Jenny?
Thanks so much, Tlangi. I'm not sure where the second panelist is. If he may or may not make it. If he doesn't, I may abuse my privileges as workshop organizer and speak a little bit more, but we'll see how it goes. So basically I'm here today to talk about my contribution to the Advancing Critical University Studies for Emancipatory Imaginations book project. It's currently in the final stages of peer review, and hopefully will be published and launched this year. And this book is edited by Dina Beluigi from Queen's University Belfast and Prof. Andre Kjeet, and has authors from across the globe, Nandita Devan, Nkana, Gutierrez Rodriguez, Pedro Mazzoleni, Michael Ocherepo, Luan Staphorst, Sharon Stein, Shirley Ann Tate, Christy van der Westhuizen, Simpiwe Zindani, myself, and Michaelinos Zembilas. And this book project comes out of the 2019 winter school that we had on Advancing Critical University Studies. And this winter school was also the sort of originary moment of the ACUSAfrica network, the Advancing Critical University Studies Across Africa network, which has since had a number of conferences and colloquia. And the broader intellectual, programmatic, and political project that was in mind there was that an uncritical approach to the study of the university, and I'm citing from the introduction to the book, an uncritical approach to the study of the university within which its own goodness and that of the academy is presupposed as dominant. We explore the generative developments of other ways to study higher education. So basically, there's this underlying idea or project in the ACUSAfrica network and in this book, and I think just in general in many of CriSHET's events and discussions, the idea that we aren't necessarily asking the right questions, we don't necessarily have the right assumptions, and we don't necessarily have the right ways to study the university in order to actually understand it. And therefore, we end up in cul-de-sacs and we can't really move forward in terms of finding alternatives. And the book project and the ACUSAfrica network has 3 organizing partners. That's Nelson Mandela University, Queen's University Belfast, and the University of Ghana. So that's sort of the general idea of the book. My own contribution to the book is an attempt to bring together my disciplinary background, that is literary studies, with this question of the university and what it means or how we start to think differently about it. And interestingly enough, the field of critical university studies, that term, CUS, was actually coined by Jeffrey J. Williams, who, apart from studying the university, is also a literary scholar who teaches on the novel. And there's also, you see this very strong tradition of fictional critique of the university in Anglo-American academic satire, which Womack says emerged in response to the university reforms of the second half of the 19th century. So both of these connections suggest that both the discipline of literary studies in English and its objects of study, i.e. books, poetry, fiction, etc., offer a repertoire of critical perspectives on the university. And this all made me quite excited about Crane's use of the idea of catachresis yesterday. And the example he used was the blind tongue. So obviously the idea that blind is not an appropriate description for a tongue because it can't see. But in poetry, it would be perfectly appropriate because you're trying to find ways to describe things that almost you don't have the language for. You're trying to evoke something deeper, a sense of something that you don't necessarily have another way to explain. And so I went and looked up catachresis on Wikipedia, and it has a number of definitions, but the one that I think speaks to what Crane was talking about, and I think what we're maybe trying to do here, is catachresis described as crossing categorical boundaries with words because there would otherwise be no suitable word. So what do we have when we reach the end of language to describe something, or the end of our conceptual parameters? I think we talk about imagining alternatives, but there's always the question of how does one imagine? It's something we do all the time, but we don't necessarily know how we do it. But in fiction, in creative writing, you're almost like doing it all the time in a very concrete way, in that you're trying to imagine using this medium of language of the written word. Or I suppose if you go into art, then with visual or whatever. And I think and Crane also mentioned the question of metaphors, and I think metaphors came up a few times in yesterday's discussion. And again, this is like catachresis links to this idea of poetic thinking. And you see it a lot in the conceptual work. How do we describe the university? So we use metaphors like the ivory tower, it's a microcosm of society, or what Asipe used yesterday, it's a mirror to society. And there's quite a lot of... So I was thinking about what metaphors offer us in terms of conceptual thinking, but also how then they can become limitations, in that metaphors almost become common sense, sort of in the way like in techno-rationality, technology almost comes to stand for common sense or progress or the general good. And there's no questioning of whether this digital solution might actually be the best thing for this particular problem. And again, I was on Wikipedia, and they mention Colin Murray Turbain in his book, The Myth of Metaphor, where he argues that the use of metaphor is actually essential to any language system which claims to embody richness and depth of understanding, but also that modern man has unknowingly fallen victim to certain metaphors through the repeated utilization of literal interpretation, and has therefore needlessly rejected alternative metaphorical formulations which may be more beneficial in nature. In other words, people reading metaphors as literal rather than as for their potential in understanding or reaching somewhere further, and that they might be reimagined. They may no longer be helpful anymore. So my chapter for the book focused on two South African novels. The one is Disgrace by J.M. Coetzee, which, for those who know South African literature, the South African literary canon is quite a famous and controversial novel. And then Dog Eat Dog by Nick Mhlongo. And both of them are university novels in the sense that a big part of what they're about and where they take place is at the university. But at the same time, they transgress sort of the boundaries of a traditional campus novel in that they're not bounded by the university space. So the characters in both novels, the one being in Disgrace being a middle-aged white professor, and in Dog Eat Dog, a young black law student in his first year, these characters move in and out of the spaces constantly, and they show how both they bring other spaces into the university, but also how they bring the university with them into other spaces. And they're read differently in different spaces depending on their kind of what they bring in or what they take out of the university. So, for example, in Dog Eat Dog, the student there is staying in residence at the university, but it ends up getting evicted and has to move back to the township. So you see him kind of trying to navigate the commute on the train back to university, and also then trying to navigate how to stay in the university and not fail his exams, and how he tries to use his resources and things from outside the university to do so. So he's trying to like play the system, but he has to put in a lot more effort than his white counterparts, because essentially, if they get a medical certificate from their doctor, even if it's bogus, it gets easily accepted. It's seen as legitimate within the university space, whereas he, as he notes in the novel, because it's a first person, he notes that his family sangomas, if they write a note, it's not going to be accepted by the university. So he is, he's not doing like the right things. He doesn't study for exams and all these things, but the same with his white counterparts, but their institutions and their social capital articulates better with the university system, which he is in. And in Disgrace, you also see interesting things in that there's this professor, he ends up disgraced, he ends up resigning from the university in disgrace. And in the beginning of the novel, you see that he's quite almost like misplaced in the university, which has become very like neoliberal, and doesn't really appreciate what he studies, which is the romantics, and he's busy having to teach communications. But at the same time, so he almost feels disrespected within the university. When he moves outside the university, however, the outside perception of a professor is as someone with high status. So they almost read him in that way. So he carries this status, he almost like has more status outside the university than inside. So there's all these interesting relationships that these characters travel and carry with them. So basically, what I argue in the chapter is that these texts don't depict the university as either an ivory tower, although it does offer certain protections and privileges, nor is it a microcosm of society. It's not just a replication on a smaller scale of broader society, although it is entangled with broader societal issues. I would say it's not really a mirror for society either in a direct way, although it does offer a critique of certain aspects of society. Rather, I use the metaphor of articulation. So this idea of a connection, but a jointed connection, i.e. not a direct, seamless connection between university and society. And that if you have an articulation or a joint between different spaces, you also have the potential for dislocations, like you might have in a shoulder. So at some points it's seamless, it's smooth, the joint works well. In other points there are these dislocations, there are these disjunctures between the institutions outside the university, the institution itself, and the way people move between these different spaces. So I basically wanted to considering the conversation yesterday, I was wondering what might happen if we start thinking about the university's relationship with society using a metaphor of articulation. What does it open up to us in terms of alternatives? Is it more useful in how we navigate the institution's relationship with society as well as our own? Or what do the ivory tower and microcosm metaphors allow or disallow us to think? And the same for the mirror metaphor. So yeah, those are my thoughts. Oh my word. So I have like extra time and I'm still quick. But let me end there, and then since we still have no second panelist and we're still a small group, maybe we just move straight into a discussion and see how things go from there. Thank you. Tlangi, since you don't have much else to do, you want to facilitate the group discussion? You can carry a roving microphone. Okay, we just grab one at the back. Okay, I will facilitate the group discussion as well. Okay, let's start off with any questions regarding Jenny's chapter?
I haven't read it yet. I haven't read it. But thanks very much for just drawing, that issue of articulation to our attention. Because I think, and again, just speaking as a sociologist, we've not paid attention to social formation, particularly in the last 30 years. How this context of the country itself has changed. So we've got lots of comments in the kind of populist commentary about nothing has changed since 1994. It's not true. A heck of a lot has changed. And the biggest change, which I think, we in the sociology community haven't come to pay attention to, is the growth of the black middle class. And this growth of this black middle class is a really complicated thing. It's partly responsible now for the outcomes of these elections that we're seeing. But the major feature of this growth is that in 1994, in a country of a population of only of about 45 million, there were only something like 300,000 people in the African community who would be considered as middle class. Only 300,000. And Mbekis's family was one of them. And the incredible thing about those families is about how vulnerable those families were. They were vulnerable because they weren't allowed to own property. So you would have this crazy situation where a family would be middle class in one generation, and in the next generation, and this happened in the Mbeki family, they would be working class. And Mbeki's own son had to go and work on the mines, and he disappears from our life, and we never hear what happens to him, and so that vulnerability is really crucial. So you're sitting here with a community of people that are utterly vulnerable. They're better off than people around them. But these people have a relationship with the university. And it's an utterly undescribed experience. So we don't have very many novels that describe that relationship with the university. And so I'm just making a kind of plea here to all of you who are inclined to go in that direction, whatever field you are. There's wonderful space to explore here in terms of describing those kinds of histories and experiences. And so your opening up of this thing of articulation is absolutely crucial, because I remember my own relationship, with Wits University. So I was not allowed to attend Wits University other than by what was called special permission. And so I couldn't go there. But I was on that campus almost weekly. So I kind of half grew up there. And it was sociologically like a very open space. It was open. Outside on the streets, I could have been chased by the police, come onto the campus, and the campus would be open. So we need to talk about that relationship, because it's contradictory in many kinds of ways, but we need to talk about how people come to be formed and shaped and influenced, by it. And it's a really, I think, important thing in trying to come to help describe the country that we are, because we're complicated, in relation to that. Complicated. You can't talk about our identities in straightforward kinds of ways. Thanks.
I want to say something quickly to that, but we do have our second panelist, although he's now disappeared again. So I think we can have a bit more conversation now, and then when he's back, maybe he can give his input. I think it's a very important point about the complexities, because I don't think we have a good sense of those complexities. And so often because we're abstracting and generalizing a lot in the theory, we kind of lose track of what's there that we don't look at, which often are the specificities and the complexities. And I think one of the great things about fiction, about creative writing, is the ways in which it can delve into those things, because you're trying to create this sense of like a lived experience. And in Dog Eat Dog, it's set in 1994, though it's published much later and written much later. And so it is this moment of being these black students being allowed into the university, and seeing it as this way out of the township, but also not really fitting in there, and kind of struggling to navigate that space, and that they have resources outside of the university that they can bring in, but they don't necessarily fit in a good way. So you see this character trying to mobilize all sorts of things. So he kind of I think he himself maybe even says it, pulls the race card on a dean because the dean won't accept like this death certificate, which he has come to have through very like devious means. So it's really interesting, I think, to start thinking about those complexities, and that literature is a great way to do it.
Just to say that character is fascinating. He takes his mother's rent money, which are supposed to be used to pay his fees, and he goes to do something stupid with that money, and it's not an unusual kind of story, and so just to get into the vulnerabilities of people's lives, how people were kind of making decisions. Sorry to interrupt you, Jenny, but that character is a so it's a fascinating also. I don't know how many of you know Johannesburg, but that area of Brom is fascinating, and the sociology of all of that, is. I don't know if there's a similar place in Gqeberha like that. I don't think so. But it produces a kind of view of what Johannesburg is in really dynamic kinds of ways. I mean that particular description and of his ways of trying to kind of settle down in it is really important for us to understand. Because in some ways that difficulty carries on now in Joburg, around the way that Braamfontein location comes to be constituted as a space that young people have to learn how to negotiate, and it produces Wits as an urban university in a very different kind of way to the way in which you think about urban universities elsewhere in the world, where the university is an almost kind of seamless space. Think of universities in New York, seamless. It's just a building, and the people can come in and out. I mean, Wits is now like a fortress.
Yeah, I always notice that when I go to Wits is how difficult it is to get in.
Yeah. And we need to, just sorry to emphasize this, colleagues, but we need to understand just how people come to be formed and shaped in those spaces, and it's not a superficial thing, because people come to be deeply formed. They're formed. They develop identities in relation to it, and it's that we need to come to understand. Sorry, there's a lot to talk about here.
Oh yeah, I see Cliff has a hand.
Thank you very much. Wonderful presentation, Jenny. And even as you were speaking, Corinne, it also touched on an aspect of my studies, which I find very interesting. And I guess also coming from sociology, it would make sense to think this way. But I like it's a different way of looking at the way we construct our identity There's a philosopher from Nigeria called Chukwudi Eze. He's late now, but he writes about
brain loss.
Sorry?
Brain.
Brain what? Not that one I'm speaking about now, but I'm speaking about reason. And in his book, he speaks about a theory of the conceptual everyday experience, the concept of vernacularity. And I think we lose a lot when we don't look at the knowledge embedded in the everyday experiences. For example, the character in this book, the person actually, and how in his everyday relations, in his association within society, how he was able to navigate even the university space. There's a lot that we can learn there, that if we only come in from a class perspective or a Marxist perspective, even from a critical race perspective, oftentimes we could lose the richness in terms of just the conceptual everyday, the vernacularity, the knowledge embedded in the vernacularity. And I think literature does a very wonderful job of mining that knowledge. And I think other disciplines like sociology, we can learn from that. We can learn from changing the lens which we use to see identity construction and actually look deeply into the conceptual everyday, the conceptual vernacularity, and the richness of knowledge in that. Just wanted to add that.
Three novels that I think of in recent times on what's going on in university here. They're not so novels. I'll see. So you must like quite deep. Just you like that. I'm just kind of begging you, write about your experiences. Take Fortunate there. Fortunate is going to write about it. And no, a lot of pressure, Fortunate. You've got to take advantage of this opportunity, where you are. And I'm going to say this, and I'm going to get into trouble. I'm on the board of the Nelson Mandela University Press, and we'd be really interested in manuscripts from you. So get out there, guys and girls, and do it, please.
Yeah, Pester, we want your novels or poems or whatever. Confessions of a PA, McKenna. So I think I wanted to say something about what Crane said, and then I think we should give some people a chance, and then we can continue the discussion. In South Africa, university novels are kind of a new thing, and they don't always fit in with the genre conventions of what you see coming out of other places, because you have a massive tradition in the UK and America. You have so many different types of campus novels and novels about the university. And here we have a lot less, and also what we do have hasn't really been explored much. So, for example, Disgrace is written about a lot among South African literary scholars, but mostly about discussions around race, around the literary illusions, and not very much around it as a university novel and what it can say about the university. Although it has started to receive more attention. I know of Anne Gulick's work, and then I think it's Edward Mengel, I don't know how to say his name properly. So definitely a space very open for more thought and analysis. So I'll head over to Tlangi to introduce our next panelist.
Thank you, Jenny. Okay, I'm just going to quickly read out our next panelist's bio. Sitting next to me is Simphiwe Zandani. He is a Mandela Rhodes Scholar, researcher, and writer based in Gqeberha. His creative works have appeared in various publications. 3 of his poems were longlisted for the Sol Blaikie European Union Poetry Award and published in their annual anthology. He holds a master's degree in media studies from Nelson Mandela University and is currently pursuing a creative productions master's at the uni as well. So let's put our hands together for Simphiwe.
Hey everybody, sorry I was late. Yes, okay. So thanks for the warm welcome. I'll chat a little bit. This one was supposed to be a two-hander, but unfortunately Prof couldn't be here today. So I'll just chat a little bit about what we contributed to the book. So we kind of were talking about undisciplining basically sociology and cultural studies in the university. The genesis of the chapter really was like, over COVID, we were doing quite a few things. We first started presenting separately at the Revitalizing Humanities Colloquium. She was kind of, Prof was presenting on basically just countering this very Western and very, very Eurocentric kind of idea when we kind of teach those disciplines. Particularly, she was focusing on sociology. So she was kind of talking about this kind of founding fathers kind of doctrine, right? Where you have to kind of almost pivot around particular thinkers when you are... Prof van der Westhuizen, sorry, Christy van der Westhuizen, sorry. Yes, this is back when I was still a research assistant at CanRad. And basically, so she was kind of talking about that and basically talking about basically how pivoting from that kind of offers us an opportunity to kind of see sociology in an interesting way and what it can do within the South African context, etc., etc. I myself was kind of doing like an autoethnographic thing where I was kind of talking about my experiences going through the university and being a cultural studies major, but under the aegis of media studies, basically. So within the university, cultural studies, it's media studies, cultural studies. And it's quite an interesting thing when you think about the origins of cultural studies and how it started out as this almost interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary thing with Hall, Hogarth, and those types of scholars, and how they came from different disciplinary positions. Basically, sociology, you had English literature, and also one of them was involved in adult education in Britain at the time. So they kind of formed the Birmingham School, right? And they kind of basically turned their attention to kind of texts at the time, that so-called popular texts, and kind of looked at them with a kind of a critical kind of intent, therefore kind of starting a whole new kind of thing within, well, they were technically outside of the university, but within the kind of broad field of academia. And so I was presenting on that, and I was presenting kind of this idea of almost undisciplining cultural studies, and kind of offering it again this kind of critical freedom to kind of do the things that it was able to do before. But because of particular purposes of like, okay, when you leave university, you have to go out there and get a job. It looks a bit better to have a media studies major than cultural studies. Because when you say cultural studies, people don't understand what you mean. They're like, do you study culture? And I'm like, well, not in the way that anthropology does. We're studying culture in the way that how do texts produce meaning and things of that sort, and how do we think about power in society and all of these kind of almost intangible things, right? So we're kind of very much in the in-between, and we were taught cultural studies in a very interesting way. We'd pull from whatever we needed to pull from. Sometimes we'll pull from economics when we were doing like eco-socialism and Marxism, and sometimes we'd pull from philosophy when we were talking about existentialism, and we'll pull from literature whenever we need it. So it's kind of this space that you sit in that was interesting. So I kind of did a deep dive then into cultural studies in South Africa and how it entered here, and I was reading about critical arts in that particular journal and what it was trying to do. And interestingly, in South Africa, it kind of entered with almost an interventionist, Marxist kind of interventionist kind of energy, because it was, as soon as cultural studies came into the South African academic space, it was very much like a critical realist project, because it was more concerned with changing the social realities of people, rather than just producing tomes and tomes that are just going to sit and gather dust in some library, right? And that kind of thing. So then after that, after presenting there, we had an idea to kind of come together. And then we did present a kind of a joint conference paper for a university in India. I can't remember. This was during COVID. This was a while ago. And after that, it kind of slowly but surely developed into this particular chapter. And one of the resonances between the two of us is we basically, our disciplines share a thinker, which is Stuart Hall, right? Stuart Hall is trained as a sociologist, but is also seen as one of these kind of founding, thinkers within cultural studies. And a lot of his work kind of will revolve around meaning, representation, and those types of things, and kind of breaking those particular things down. And in working on this chapter, we were kind of trying to find ways to almost basically kind of say what is similar about our discipline. So in the beginning, we kind of talked more about thinking from Africa and thinking about the university. And we kind of reference a lot of Ndlovu Gajeni's work, and also we kind of reference Prof. Mutwa's recent kind of speeches, etc., etc. And then it moves on to talking about sociology, right? And then there she's kind of talking about breaking down particular things, ideas about these big things within society. And then I go into kind of talking about cultural studies, and first starting with that idea of culture and breaking it down, and then moving on to cultural studies in the globe and cultural studies in South Africa in and of itself. And we kind of speak about the critical potential that it has in this kind of thinking about the university and what we can do with it. One of the first things that we begin with actually is talking about a stat that we saw from the ASAF, where they were talking about, they did this in 2011. I haven't seen a more recent one, and at the time that was the most recent report that we had. But they were talking about there was a very, very pronounced decrease in enrollments in the arts, as well as government funding for the arts. And as time has progressed, we've actually seen even like NSFAS kind of pulling more funding towards the arts and kind of moving it towards what they deem to be scarce skills, right? And those types of things. And then I also consulted the work of Atambile Masola. There was a short paper that she wrote in 2016 where she was talking about the idea that people still look at a Bachelor of Arts or arts education as a luxury, right? And this links to kind of the socioeconomic conditions in South Africa, where the idea is you go to university, it's almost seen as almost like a vocational mill rather than a place to get an education. But that is understandable under our current kind of pressing economic field. Because I remember even when I was studying, the whole question was like, and what do you plan to do with that? And this is coming from, I was raised by my great-grandmother. So my great-grandmother, stopped school in grade 8 or standard 6, as she would call it. My mother was a medical technologist out of the PE Technicon. So for her, even for both of them kind of looking at me, they were like, what do you plan to do with this? That's why even when I did kind of take English literature and cultural studies, I made sure that my minors was script writing and journalism, right? For this idea of transferable skills or how it would be seen out there. But the idea, basically the main kernel of what we were trying to push was we were talking about this idea of this kind of almost blasé attitude towards the arts, because it's not this kind of identifiable graduate. You're not an engineer, you're not a doctor, you're not this, you're not that, right? You're not this, what Wendy Brown would call, you're not this little bit of capital, right? You are rather something a little bit more complex. And this idea of people not being able, or the university itself almost changing you into one in order to make you more marketable, and this kind of coming as a result of massification and other particular forces that almost force the university to be a particular thing. Broadly, that's what people are working on. I hope I didn't ramble too much. Hopefully. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that. We're just going to go straight into the discussion regarding Imperious vocation. Does anyone have any questions?
Can I abuse the fact that I have a mic?
Yes, you may.
Okay. I actually wanted to ask you about two things. The one was you mentioned you were doing an autoethnographic something on your experience at the university.
Yeah.
Love to hear more about that. And then secondly, so you talk about cultural studies and sociology, and I was talking about literature studies earlier, which was making me think about, so we talk a lot about transdisciplinary and interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary work, but I feel like sometimes it's one of these 5 minutes until when, fortunate? This is the discussion part. What?
There's discussion. Oh, okay.
It's fine, thank you. I was going to find myself again. So talking about transdisciplinary, interdisciplinary work, but I feel like it, like many things in the institution, can become kind of a buzzword, as in we know this is a good idea, or we're all agreed it's a good idea, but we don't know how to do it.
Yes.
And I was wondering if we might think of it in terms of the literacies you get from different disciplines. I mean, I've also mentioned lenses, so that it's not necessarily about, what can you bring? And if you understand this literacy, this way of looking at things, what does that then, even if you stay within your own discipline, what does that then bring to your own analysis? So I suppose I just wanted to hear your thoughts about that, having done this cultural studies and having this kind of transdisciplinary, interdisciplinary, whatever you want to call it.
Yes. Okay, cool. I'll start with the first one. You were asking about the autoethnographic thing. I kind of jumped to auto because, so I started working for CANRAD, and a week in, Christy was like, you're doing this revitalizing humanities thing. I was like, cool, who's on the panel? It's just profs. And then I was like, okay, what do I talk about? I don't really have my stripes yet in terms of anything. So I was like, okay, in terms of revitalizing humanities, and it is something that I had been thinking about quite a lot, going through the university and my experience. So I was like, okay, going through it as a cultural studies student, what did I feel? What did I think critically, and particularly, and also it was interesting to kind of do cultural studies and literature. Literature works in almost a very, very structured, formulated way. You kind of start with, the greats and the, Renaissance literature and all that kind of stuff. And then you eventually move into, eventually you work your way into kind of considering works from other spaces, but you almost have to do the canon first and then do the reaction to it. Whereas with cultural studies, it was like this lovely mishmash of things. Like we never even had we didn't have a textbook. We would have a course reader that's constructed by our lecturer, and it would feature Foucault, Achille Mbembe. It would go all the way to Sergei Eisenstein, and then a lot of things, Wolfgang Sachs, a lot of people. So depending on what we were looking at the time, and I quite enjoyed this ability to be able to pivot and not be bound so textually and foundationally, and especially in terms of location in the global north, right? In terms of the works that you could consider, you could kind of pivot a bit more and respond to what was happening at the time. And at the time, there was kind of the big ecological kind of wave within within the field and broad academia. So we even did in third year, we're doing deep ecology and stuff like that. And then we also considered the work of Ramose, kind of considering Ubuntu as part of that particular paradigm. And then then also incorporated eco-socialism and ecofeminism and kind of looking at those particular things. So so I was that's where that autoethnographic thing came from. It was kind of considering those experiences critically, and I was also reading a lot about cultural studies, and I kind of found that it was more interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary than I even thought, because people were also kind of discussing whether or not it's even a discipline. They were they agree that it's a field, but it's not necessarily a discipline, which kind of is also part of the thing that makes it absorbable by these kind of broader or more popular disciplines like media studies, which is now kind of taking more of a hold within the university. Even I was talking to someone and we were chatting about the UK and universities in the UK, and this idea that like literature is almost finding itself almost subsumed in a similar way, where you will have this kind of more textual studies programs where they kind of are understanding that like, you know, analyses of like this kind of close analysis that literature is known for, when you kind of present it or almost package it as a kind of a media studies or screen studies qualification, looks better job-wise, versus the idea of actually understanding that the way these two actually analyze are quite different, right? Yeah, so I think I've dealt with one. Two had to do with there's these literacies that you get from different disciplines. It's quite interesting because in a sense, because being with cultural studies and English literature, you would think that because they kind of work with texts, they work with texts in the same way. They don't. There's almost like with literature, there's a close analysis, and it wants you to kind of go back to the text and find evidence within the text, whereas cultural studies a lot of the time always feels like you're synthesizing a lot more outside. It feels a lot more paratextual than literature is, and so it requires kind of like a more of an interesting breadth of reading. So if you're talking about Deleuze, you would need to kind of understand or have read his or Chomsky. You have to kind of understand that debate that they had on human nature. So it's so referential in kind of a different way. So you're always kind of in a weird way showing off. You're like, yeah, I read this thing from the 5th century, whatever. And it is kind of referential and almost weirdly very, very divergent. Whereas literature kind of forces you to kind of focus on what you're doing at that particular moment. You can bring other things in, but it's very located. Whereas cultural studies kind of it's kind of to borrow from Deleuze, it's a little bit rhizomatic, even in the way that it thinks. It's almost you're always thinking outside, but more so there you're trying to make more of an argument for a particular thing, whereas in literature you're almost justifying an interpretation in a sense. And those two together work well together, but they do get you in trouble depending on who your examiner is. Yeah, but it is quite nice. I think I loved what you said there when you were kind of talking about transdisciplinarity in this kind of interdisciplinarity, in terms of literacy, in terms of what disciplines can give you. And definitely, because broadly speaking, it's harder to do because of all of the bureaucratic red tape. Because I remember even when I was trying to do my MA, I was trying to do it between media and literature because I was looking at a particular thing that kind of falls in between. But because of particular things, subsidies, etc., things. So it's like which department does this fall to? Who's your supervisor? And those things are like they're very outside of the field of the actual work itself. But those things often take precedence, and then they kind of prevent this interdisciplinarity or transdisciplinarity from actually happening, which is why it feels more like a buzzword, because no one wants to share. Within the university, we can't do that because it's like, it's my student, this is my subsidy, this is my XYZ. Wherein if we kind of had a more open kind of idea to that, it could be done kind of more successfully, I think.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I really liked what you're saying about cultural studies and paratextual elements in the rhizomatic thing. That's really interesting. I also found interesting what you were saying about your experience doing literature and cultural studies at this university. In that I didn't find the way they taught literature very much like you start with Chaucer, and then you move slowly through because of the way the modules are structured. In fact, I've gotten into trouble with people before where like I didn't know something about some Shakespeare play. They're like, but you study English literature. I'm like, yeah, but mostly African literature. Like, I don't know that much about Shakespeare. And also found it interesting because I did cultural studies and literature together as well for a while, and I ended up not majoring in cultural studies. And one of the reasons was because it felt to me like cultural studies, at least in the way it was taught, was a lot about critique in the sense of deconstruction, but didn't seem to me to offer a way out of the trap.
Yes.
And whereas literature for me became this thing of, literature in of itself is almost like, if not a way out, at least hope, because it's this creative construction of a world and people are complex. And so there is this sort of even if the system stays the same, at least there's like these the human complexities that you can like explore. So I just thought that was really interesting. I just wanted to check if I wanted to say anything else before I stop monopolizing the conversation. This is just very exciting to me because I don't get to speak about literature very often these days. And talking about literacies or ways of looking at things, one thing I find very interesting about when I'm sitting in discussions with people about research, the self-representation team will know this from our side, is literature, I think, sensitizes you to the question of form. So not just what is it, or what is it saying, how is it saying it, and how much that means. And so the question not just of how do you change the content, but how do you change the form? And I think that focus is actually quite useful in a lot of different ways, but it's not necessarily something that's inherent in a lot of or part of a lot of other disciplines, even if they're looking at the same thing.
Yes, I get you.
So thank you. Tanya, should we go to the floor?
Thank you. Well, these two were geeking over literature together. Does anyone have any questions?
Can pick on someone. Everyone here has at least has a disciplinary background, I feel.
Can I make a general comment?
Yes, you may.
So it's really great to hear you talk about your formation. I mean, that's what's going on here for both of you. And it's important in the context of what the big overarching issue is that we're having to deal with here, the neoliberal university. And to contextualize, your formation in relation to that. Now, your formation, as you are describing it, is not unconventional. You're totally conventional products of this neoliberal, if you like, enterprise.
I don't know how to feel about that, actually.
No, I'd like you to just respond to that.
Yes.
Because you are now as intelligible to anybody else anywhere in the world who will recognize who you are. You are now these citizens of this global project of what these disciplines are all about. And I think what we are needing to do, and Cliff, let's start talking about this. What I think we're needing to be thinking about is, in this appeal to Africanization and to decentering, how do you begin to recognize, if you like, those entry points into these new spaces? What are these new spaces that you are helping us possibly move towards? How can we begin to say that here, in this particular experience here, you and I said, Jenny, so you didn't go through this sequence of beginning with Chaucer and then moving, through Shakespeare, which all of us have had to do. We've had to do that. What a whole lot of our departments have done is to drop the English description and simply to talk about, literature. Which is a really good thing, but we were still expected to be literate in that canon, that canon. So what are these, I'd like to hear from you, what is it that you think are these exit points into a new space? What are the catacreses that happened, that we need to be aware of, to be putting on the table to talk about, because I think that when we start talking about disruption, we're thinking about and using the words of yesterday, abolishing these departments. Should we be abolishing them? Should we? should we be abolishing at Nelson Mandela University these holding frames that we've got to enable a movement to somewhere else? Now, as I say that, I just make the absolute point that this is also not a new discussion. You know, it is an old discussion which goes back almost 50 years. You know, so while the framing of this conference is about decentering, in actual fact, the issues aren't new. You know, at all. They've taken a new language, but they're not new issues. Yes. You know, they're old issues which this institution that we call the university has been grappling with for a long time.
Would you guys like? Cool. I think I'll enter into this idea of new spaces. I think also how do I put it? This in a nice way. I'm trying to think. It'd be nice. So I was initially enrolled at Rhodes before I moved to NMU because I was born here, but then I've lived in between Grahamstown, Makhanda now, and Gqeberha my entire life. So moving from Rhodes wasn't a happy experience, but moving from Rhodes and coming back home, in a sense, was quite interesting because in my head I was comparing the two universities, right? I remember when I got here, literature was one of the biggest things that I was comparing them on, because here you come in and it's like Renaissance literature and all that kind of stuff, whereas at Rhodes, from the beginning, it was comparative. So we do Jane Eyre with White's SOC. You do Shakespeare's The Tempest with Césare's Un Temps. So the idea is it's canon and response. So and that was an interesting thing for me, because I was kind of just like, okay, cool, we're learning these old canonical works, we've been here before, but at the same time, it was almost a kind of contained form of disruption in a way, because you learn the canon and you are literate in the way that you are expected to be, because if you say English literature, you can't have ever not read Shakespeare to begin with, and they are the ones that you are expected to have read. But at the same time, they also offered us, an interesting lens into newer works that almost respond to that and then expose particular things about the originals, which was something I quite enjoyed. That particular almost feels like code switching in a sense. You almost kind of are placed in the traditional, but also are also offered a global South reaction to a particular thing, and then you can understand and contextualize that reaction. It's almost like, or for example, even when you were talking earlier and talking about the expectation of being literate, I thought to myself about one of the most basic ones, which is kind of not knowing Yeats, but then having read Things Fall Apart. But it is the epigraph. Within that particular one, you have to understand both in order to understand it. You have to have read Heart of Darkness in order to understand how those works work. You have to have read Heart of Darkness and all of those kinds of works about Africa from outside in order to understand the kind of how monumental those particular works and like Tisi Dangaremga's Nervous Conditions is. It's contextualized because it's a particular within history, within a particular thing, it's a response. So in order to understand the response, you have to understand the entire thing. So it's almost like, I think for me, it's always a call and answer kind of thing. And if you kind of because I've never, even going through Rhodes Must Fall, Fees Must Fall during my time at university, my thought was like, we were talking about Africanization versus decolonization. And the biggest thing in my head was like, is it subtraction or addition? What are we actually talking about? What is it? Because we'll use the buzzwords, but we won't talk about it. Is it adding to Foucault? Is it Mbembe and Foucault? What is it? Is it putting Said in with the other text? What are we talking about? Is it inserting these thinkers from the Global South, or is it a matter of no more Shakespeare? And unfortunately, and this comes back to what you were saying, the expectation of literacy or a specific literacy globally, beyond our particular context, will be that you need to know these works, but at the same time, we also have a need to understand more than just what we're locked into or expected to do. So I don't know, like these days I've been trying to ask myself, is there a way to kind of inhabit both worlds in order to be intelligible? Because the idea is,
initially when you said were very intelligible, traditional, I was like, that's not what I was going for. I thought I was so radical. But at the same time, it's almost this thing of the question is being also like I saw my initial reaction and I was like, is being intelligible the problem or is it intelligible to who? So is it a matter of just when you say intelligible, I'm intelligible just to the global north, but at the same time, are we intelligible to ourselves within our particular context, and does the work that we do speak to that particularly? I think that's what I have to after.
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot to talk about here. Like you've also raised the question of canon now as well. And I think the question of canon, just to start there, you kind of tend to get stuck in that addition or subtraction question. And, how do you teach in a decolonized way? So, I mean, you mentioned Rhodes, the comparative mode, and so the original and then the response, which to some degree kind of like is a gesture towards doing things differently, but at the same time still traps you in the canon speaks and the other responds, right? Which is a mode. It's not something that's not worth exploring, obviously, because it's a mode of mode of people engaging with what they have been taught and trying to grapple with it. But again, it's that the question of how every gesture or every movement has its own limitations. And I think that's what I would say about the question of departments and things like that. I mean, I think Su Ming Ku was talking about the question of, it was in terms of the humanities and decolonizing the humanities. And how do you even approach that where you're in a neoliberal system that's actually trying to get rid of the humanities? So how, so where is it positioned in relation to, the current power structures? I mean, if you have English departments that's slowly getting squeezed out of existence, I don't know, like it might just cease to exist, but not for the reasons maybe that one would want on like a political level. I suppose I think that's what I'm interested in, this idea of disciplinary literacies. So less in the idea of bounded disciplines and more in like what the disciplines have to offer in our general search for, to understand the world or make change, I suppose. In terms of like catachresis or moments, points of exit, I don't really know. I think for me, part of like, I think one for me, slightly ironically, studying English literature was part of my like politicization, as in to start understanding race and gender politics, especially in this country and all those kind of things. Like that's how I learned about it essentially. But then also the fact that there was this weird disjuncture in my own career where I finished my PhD and instead of becoming a lecturer, I ended up doing a postdoc with Prof. Andre Kiert in higher education transformation, which I knew nothing about. And now I'm in actually a managerial position as a literature studies person, which I feel like is not the most usual combination. And I don't know, I think in that being taken out of the space of literature studies, out of those departments and into a different space has actually improved my literary analysis, in the sense that it's forced me to start thinking about history and contextualizing the literature you're reading, which I feel like in my training didn't really get. You almost like, it was very much this like focus on the text. And there's different traditions and it's changed over time, but in the way I was like trained. And then also the question of using literature, not just in terms of, we're analyzing this text, but also can we use it to think about things conceptually? So you kind of start bringing in these other aspects from other disciplines you encounter and other people and other thoughts. So yeah, I don't think that answered Prince's question though.
Don't think I did either.
No, thanks for two really stimulating inputs. This question of intelligibility has taken me back to your presentation, Jenny. The question of metaphors. I'm interested to know, did either of the novelists use particular metaphors for the university in those two books? It's a question, but listening to I've read Disgrace. I haven't read Dog Eat Dog yet, but it feels to me that there's a metaphor there of perhaps the interstitial space, the interstice, for both. The professor who's left the university but hasn't left in another sense, neither in nor out. And then the law student who's in but doesn't really feel in. So you're twixt in between. And it strikes me that all our discussions about the university and society is also describing that interstitial space, that you're in society, but you're also not quite in society. And the interstitial might help us in all kinds of interesting ways. I think it's suggesting a way of understanding the neoliberal colonization of the academy, is that in a strange way, it's society in a form we don't want, becoming part of the university, connecting the university. I'm not sure where I'm going with this, but did either of the authors use particular metaphors?
I would have to go back to the texts and reread them. So I can't think from my last reading, I can't recall any explicit metaphors for the university. They may have been there more subtly, but yeah, so I can't say for sure. But I really like what you're saying about interstitial space, because I think that's definitely, I didn't use that word or liminality or anything. Liminality. Anyway, in my chapter, I was talking about insider, outsider, inside-out perspectives. But what you're saying almost about this neoliberalization, I suppose, of the university is interesting, and bringing society in a form we don't want into the university. I think that's very interesting, because I do describe, I think I'm talking about Disgrace, is that Disgrace in the character of David Lurie, who is kind of, racist and misogynist, and no one really wants to see themselves in him. But he also feels, I think, about the sort of neoliberalized university the way many academics feel. So while also representing sort of all the worst things about the pre-neoliberal university. And there's almost this irony in this is now post-apartheid South Africa, and the novel has this very sort of bleak portrayal of the university as a space where not only it's now supposed to be open and accessible to all and everyone's supposed to be included, but essentially students of color are still excluded and marginalized in various ways and abused by the white professor, but the white professor himself doesn't feel like he belongs there either. So it almost becomes a space of not belonging on any level, which is very strange, and I'm not sure what it says. And I mean, Disgrace is just a very depressing novel. But yeah, so that's interesting. I think the interstitial spaces and that way of belonging and not belonging, being part but not part, being from the academy gives you a certain perception from the outside that doesn't necessarily translate to how it feels inside, but also makes you no longer necessarily fit outside. And we're talking about intelligibility. So yes, definitely, I think of myself as extremely intelligible and conventional in the academy. I have the language to talk about things. I know, but when people outside of the academy actually some people inside the academy too. When I tell them I work for the Chair for Critical Studies in Higher Education Transformation, everyone goes, what? And then I try and explain what that means, and it just, I don't even know, I don't have the language to even explain what I do to people who don't know the language, essentially. So yeah, I'm intelligible. I'm in that realm of like this work. I'm very intelligible to certain people who are also like know that language, but that I can't translate. I'm not good at translating it outside of that space, and I'm not necessarily there's other literacies that I don't have. So very literate in English, for example, and academic writing, but I know like 5 words of IsiXhosa, for example. So yeah, we're working on it. But so I suppose that's, again, it comes back to this idea of literacies. And I think it's also something I've been thinking about in relation to the question of language, because often people talk about like creating indigenous language, making indigenous language just like work for science or in the academy. And I'm not saying we shouldn't do that, but I also think that possibly there might be a more useful or productive way of thinking about different languages as allowing us different literacies. Like different languages have different resources for explaining different things. So English can do a lot of things, but there's certain things that it doesn't do well. A lot of things, what? Yes. So learning other languages is just an enriching experience for our thinking, not necessarily even just, Okay, that's...
So can I just make an old-fashioned provocation here? Is it in our interests as world people, as a kind of, just thinking of everybody on the planet, is it in our interests to have everybody on the planet have available to themselves these literacies? I mean, should everybody on the planet be able to have access to just the way in which you speak, or not? My own feeling is that, yes, it would be really great if we were able to raise, and in using that verb, I'm revealing myself, my elitism, that we should be helping everybody in the world to come to understand as much as possible about the world. And that the university should be that. Should be a space of complete openness to anybody. That anybody should be able to come in there and get in some ways the complete treasure that is now the preserve of just a few people.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe what I wanted to share actually links a little bit with that, because, it's a beautiful conversation, speaking about even literature and the literature graduate being expected to know Shakespeare. And I think is the literature graduate in Europe, for example, expected to know African literature. Is that a requirement of them? So it goes to this issue, and I think when you touched on it, for my research, is to realize the idiographic nature of disciplines and the way we see the world. And what do I mean by that? The fact that the issue with many, especially in my field, of the theory that came out of Europe, they were given as universal theories. This is the Marxist way, But actually what they were European theories, And not to say they're not useful for the African context. There's a lot of use because they did brilliant work. I would not diminish the work of Karl Marx or Max Weber. I wish I can do that much work in my academic citizenship. But they were European theories. And so what is the African way? What is the African theory? Am I willing to put in that work to speak? And when I bring in my voice, how am I bringing in my voice? Am I going to do the same thing and say, this is the universal theory because it comes from Africa? Or am I going to say, this is just the African perspective and bring it with what a colleague in Kenya says, epistemic humility? bring our voice into the conversation. Jimmy Adesina has been writing about endogeneity for a long time, building on Achi Mafeje's writings on authority and extroversion. And so I think that's important, to comment that, yes, I didn't have to read Shakespeare. Doesn't mean I'm not learned in literature. And then it goes back to the question of even critiquing our disciplines, because like Crane was saying, many of these conversations have been happening for years. The only difference is the language game. It's just the words we attribute to the concepts. These concepts have been replaying themselves. Maybe now we're talking about post-coloniality. Maybe in a couple of years it will be ANC-nality, it's the realities just keep perpetuating themselves. We just attributing different languages to them. So I think even our disciplines, cultural studies, sociology, whatever it is, we must ask ourselves, what is the purpose of this to the African Academy? And what literacies, what lenses do we use? Because we can do very good decolonial work, but our eyeglass, our lenses are still very colonial. That way we would perpetuate the same system with good language. Sometimes we could even use Xhosa in doing that. We can do colonial work in Xhosa. It's very possible. And you look at, there's a Nigerian professor from chemistry, Professor Kayode Adesogar. He, in 12 years of his work, he added over 20 new compounds to chemistry. I don't think anybody here has heard about that man before. Jimmy Adesina writes about him. He went into IKS. He looked at the knowledge systems of his forefathers and was able to add 20 new compounds. Now, someone like that might never make it into curriculum, because if the glasses which we used to see IKS never changes, that will never be considered as relevant knowledge, academic knowledge. We will critique and critique and critique until we frustrate that man and he gives up on that. Or we cannot say now that we must now just, say every knowledge is knowledge, that I can tell you now this is wine and you must accept it because it's IKS. We must still have the rigor. We must still have, but I believe there needs to be a celebration of the fact that within different spaces, there's different ways of seeing, there's different ways of knowing. And the issue, or I think the caution from my side, for us, from Africa, is we mustn't fall into that same traps of the West, of now when we bring our voice in, say this is the only voice, this is the dominant voice. I believe we must still recognize the other voices and say we are inserting our voice. But don't now tell me that I need to know Shakespeare to be a literary scholar in South Africa, because are you saying the same thing to the person in the United States about Wole Soyinka, about Chinua Achebe? If you're not, then we must, what are the tenets for what it means to even be a literate or a literary scholar? So I guess it's a very deep conversation, but if I had to sum it up in one conversation, is we must celebrate the fact that it's idiographic knowledge, it's contextual. And so are we coming towards convergence or are we divergent? Thank you.
Thank you, Cliff. Absolutely.
Good morning. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. Doctor, my question is very brief. It's on the issue of having to explain your work to the layman out there who doesn't necessarily understand it. My question is there any way in which, as academics, we can disseminate information to ordinary people out there who may not understand the technicalities of academic writing? Is there any way in which we can write in the most simple ways just for them, even after publishing our work or even after finishing it? Thank you. That's all.
Thank you so much. Anyone else before I hand over to Jenny and Sampier? Okay, cool.
No, you.
I'll go first. I'll volunteer. So to Crane's provocation so I don't think everyone in the world needs to be able to have exactly the same literacies as me. I think that would be very limiting, to be honest. But I think I agree with you around this thing of helping everyone in the world to learn as much about the world as possible. Although it is kind of scary when you think about how much there is to read just in just literature alone, never mind like actual experiences, like moving through the world, learning the university system so that you can pay for events or whatever. There's just so much to learn. I always think, though, that we often have a discussion about, okay, what knowledge should be brought into the university? How do we make it as open as possible? And I think it's important, but I also think there's a way in which sometimes when we talk about that idea, we tend to actually overly privilege the university spaces and the ways in which we know here. So, for example, in academia, there's certain ways we do things and there's certain kinds of knowledge we produce that are useful, but are not necessarily useful to everyone in all contexts. And so I do think there's one of the problems is just that hierarchization of certain kinds of literacies and knowledges. And then you feel like you need to fit everything into that space rather than thinking about spaces of learning of many different types and actually like building those up or recognizing them better. How you do that, though, is maybe slightly tricky. But yeah, so that's just something I was thinking about in relation to that question of literacies, who should know what, and what like kind of the purpose of the university is, I suppose. Because I think sometimes the discussion around the university and being inclusive just makes the university the holder of all legitimate knowledge, which I think is a problematic way of thinking. I had one thing to say about this universal theories from the West. So I think there's a big problem in like assuming it's from the West, therefore it's universal, it speaks to everything. But I also sometimes think that some of the reasons, for example, Karl Marx's work continues to be relevant even in the African context is because it's I stand under correction because I'm not a huge expert on Karl Marx, but my understanding he's responding to a particular set of power relations and to a particular society, and that structure in a different form still exists today. So although we're in Africa, we're still dealing with a kind of industrial, split between proletariat and middle class and the owners of the means of production, even though those relations have changed. So Karl Marx will always be relevant in African society because African society was affected by colonial modernity. So that's just the other thing of like Western theories are useful to us because we've experienced colonization, essentially. And then in terms of explaining the work to people outside, I think there is a way to do it. I just don't think I'm very good at it. And it's possibly just because I don't necessarily get enough practice. So you kind of know the words to explain it, like the academic jargon to explain it. But now you're going to say, okay, to someone who doesn't know the jargon, who hasn't read all these things, who doesn't work in the space every day, how do you translate that idea into something they would understand? And I think that's just something I personally struggle with. I know a lot of people write like science for, society or whatever. So I think there's a way to do it. Although I do sometimes think that in the way across languages, you run into limitations when you translate. I think when you're trying to translate from academic language into say simple language so to speak, you end up losing things because you almost like generated this language to explain something. And so if you're trying to translate it into a different language, even if both are English, for example, there's going to be stuff that you lose, I think. Doesn't mean it's not worth doing, but I think that there are those complications. So yeah, I don't think academic jargon or uses of certain words are just there to exclude people. They're also there because we're trying to find the language to explain something that might be complex or but intangible, or we're trying to explain it like a very specific way and like really capture the specificity of it. I hope that kind of answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny.
I'm up. Okay. Okay. I'll need it. There was a lot going on, so I'm just trying to see what to respond to first. But I'll say, I think on intelligibility and kind of talking about Western theories as well as like theories that we generate ourselves, I think I don't have an answer to this, but I'm just basically just almost expressing what the kind of the kind of confusion that I'm also working through, or basically in terms of that kind of question. It's because I'll think about, again, Rhodes University versus NMU, particularly when you think about literature. So Rhodes would have the straight English literature program, and then in second year you would do, they called it modern fiction. So you would do basically works from various places in the Global South in translation. So there was some works from China, there was some works from South America, Africa, and things of that sort. And I was thinking now, because I remember even when we were talking about the additional subtraction kind of question when talking about decoloniality, it's sometimes the tricky thing is trying to contain a lot of things in, not necessarily in one discipline, but we have to actually think about the mode of delivery in one module, right? You're going to be like, okay, let me teach the canon, but also maybe also the response, but also, you know what I mean? So the question is, do we then construct, maybe the idea of new spaces, but do we then construct something that's not a traditional English literature thing? So you have English literature being English literature, but then maybe you construct a new module or a new thing where then you can teach in the way that you want and then come with an entire new kind of way of thinking about it. Because I think sometimes the issue becomes trying to preserve what something is and trying to convey a particular thing, because that we also have to think about like why English literature, the way that it's structured, has survived for so long. Because it's honestly, like when you think about the way in which it's structured, it might be limited because it doesn't include a lot of things, but it does allow you not only intelligibility, but it does allow you a certain literacy to understand a particular thing. Like, for example, if you're doing Shakespeare and you've done his comedies particularly, if you're watching a romantic comedy, you understand how it functions and where it comes from. So there's certain things in the world that you can access in that kind of way. But because you haven't done Dangaremga, you have not done Achebe, you lose out on a particular literacy. So I think with me, whenever I think of that particular conversation, I always think addition. But then the problem is we are also bound by the practicalities of like degrees and notional hours and those types of things. So there's only so much we can do. And it comes back to that particular question of allowing everyone to access everything. But even the ones who do have access, can they access all that we can offer in 3 years, in 360 credits? You know what I mean? So it's about, because we almost, I think when we talk decolonial or Africanization, it always feels like we're in a dreaming phase, right? Always. We're always thinking it's always a thought experiment. But I've always asked myself, what does it look like in practice, right? What does it look like? If we're decolonizing curricula, what does that look like? What is it actually? And that's not a question that I've heard the answer to, I've heard like an attempt at, because it's ideas, but what does implementation look like? And I think until we can answer the second half of the question, we've only done half of the work, or even attempt to do it, because we will fail at it. But we will be failing towards a broader kind of greater goal, I think. I think that's all I've got. But on the writing for, or kind of disseminating to the public, it's a tricky one, because even I think, because I'm in cultural studies, English literature, but also trained in media, I think we have to understand that translating academic text into popular text or into popular mediums and things of that sort, it will always not be translation, but it will be adaptation. And in doing that, you lose things. So, for example, even if you kind of are transferring trying to, like, I don't know, get the main points of a thesis or even a journal article in something in a popular in a news article in the conversation, those forms are different, and therefore you will lose stuff. And what you were talking about earlier, when you were talking about those terms, academic terms, and we'll view them as jargon and exclusionary, you are correct in that they are invented in order to explain a particular thing. So as soon as you take away that, you then lose the the specificity of the thing. But I think then maybe we can play around with different forms. It doesn't necessarily have to be textual. It can be video. It can be listening to someone speak, because even if you are speaking in academic terms mostly, if someone's listening to you speak versus reading something petrified on a page, it's slightly different. They'll kind of get more from that, and so maybe it's a matter of us just learning kind of new and kind of better ways to communicate within academia, because academia trains you in a particular way of communication, and that's often written, but we're bad at other things, right? Especially with, I think, auditory and other communications, especially when it's not in a conference environment. So I think it's just learning a different skill and learning how to speak to people again, because you're often trained out of it because you're trapped in some office fixing some reference list or something. But yeah, yes. So I think that it's still, that it's a matter of kind of working on those particular kind of, I guess, literacies again, which are outside of the university, in order to link the university back to the community.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. We have 4 minutes left of the session. Do you guys want to do any closing remarks? Oh, Pesta has
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. So mine is not a question, just an observation from the conversations we've had this morning and from yesterday as well. Firstly, just want to agree with what you guys said about simplifying things. I remember Nobu and I had a conversation a while ago about a text or a writing that we came across about like a dumbed down version. I think it was science or something like that. So definitely when you think about simplifying things, you do lose some of the context, because some of these things are written specifically for a specific target audience. So you don't want to lose some of the important things, but it does give us something to think about how we can better engage this material with people who are not necessarily in this space. Like I always say, it's always fascinating to me being a non-academic in this kind of space, because you get to see how other people think and you see things differently. And also, the other thing that stood out for me between yesterday and today, one thing I found common, like when Simpiwe was speaking earlier about outside factors that sort of impact the work. I remember, I don't know if it was Crane or Prof. Kiet who said yesterday, things like the journals that academics write for, you find that sometimes they almost dictate the style of writing or the content that you write because you want to appear in a certain journal. So yeah, it's very interesting for me. And also I think we need to perhaps change how we view things. Obviously, if you're an academic, you do want to be in a journal, but also it's a system issue. A journal should not dictate what you write or how you write it, but rather should be more accepting of the different types of writing that people have out there. And yeah, those are just my thoughts. And also, it's been so refreshing to see Jenny in her like, she's been lighting up the whole morning talking about literature, and it's so refreshing to me to see. So yeah, but just want to say thank you guys for the incredible inputs, and to the audience and these conversations. So yeah, it's definitely a continuing conversation. Like Prof. Kate always says, We are not a transformed university, we are a transforming university. So conversations like this are definitely important, and we continue to learn. Like Prof. Crane said, it's not a new conversation, but we learn new things every time we do have this kind of conversations. And something that came up in our breakaway session yesterday, I think Michaela mentioned this, you are expected to write a report, right? A report is a written explanation of something that's happened, but they give you a theme. So that's kind of limiting. It speaks to the same dictation of a journal article dictating what you should write, as opposed to it should work the other way around. But yeah, those are just my thoughts. And yeah, thanks for an engaged session, guys.
Thank you so much, Pesta.
My closing remarks are thanks, Pesta. I think Pesta did our closing remarks. Let's go have
Anything you want to say, simply?
I'll say one thing. I think also when talking about just one thing, I was just mainly explaining how I think about things, but also like it comes back to the addition subtraction question. Currently, I'm my master's in creative production. I'm trying to adapt Inzomi, which are Xhosa folktales, but via media, and then also kind of do like a multimedia kind of thing. And it was inspired by work that I saw UNESCO and Netflix collaborate in, and they collected, I think about 6, they ended up with 6 short folktale adaptations, and it's on Netflix. It's African Folktales Reimagined. And I was very inspired by that project, so I was like, let's try do this. But in trying to do this, I actually also understand the limitations of the university in understanding other literacies. Because I grew up with Inzomi because I was raised by my great-grandmother. And so in trying to explain to supervisors and things of that sort, you kind of understand where it falls short. And also now in doing the project, I did it in good faith. But in going through it, you kind of understand that academia it'll whip particular things out of the thing itself because it demands a thing to work in a particular kind of way. So in trying to bring that into the university in Inzomi and that kind of, indigenous knowledge in that kind of way and kind of, also paying homage to knowledges that, that are not necessarily seen as knowledge. I understand that in trying to do it initially, we will fail because there's no blueprint, there's no perfect way to do it. But from those, then we can then invent better ways in order to kind of bring it into the university and kind of have that kind of a more sustainable system. But it made me understand that the things, when they exist outside in their own forms, are their best selves. And sometimes not everything necessarily needs to end up as an academic project because, you know what I mean? You'll do it in order to be able, I was doing it in order to be able to have something to cite if I have to talk about Inzomi on those particular things, because the tricky thing sometimes is like, you'll be like, who do I cite? Because it's localized knowledge, but there's no one in the university that's like, almost staked their claim and being like, this is something, this is mine, which is kind of an interesting space to be in. But I was lucky enough to be funded for it because honestly, people don't fund things like that. They're kind of just like, okay, it's your little passion project and it's not going to give us anything out of it. But it's an interesting time to kind of consider how to bring things in, how to bring things out. And navigating that kind of logistical affair is very, very tricky. But we should continue doing that work even if it does not succeed the first time you try to do it, because academics also are kind of very type A and they want to be successful at what they're doing. So you won't necessarily give yourself time to do a task because you don't know if you're going to pass or fail at it. You'll rather stick to, the well-trodden roads, right? Because the road less traveled, you don't know what's going on there. And I think sometimes that's why we go for the Western theories, because you're like, okay, Foucault did this, Marx did it, so therefore we know that it'll be bulletproof in a sense. It's tried and tested, it's peer reviewed, and therefore my peers will find it intelligible, they will understand it, right? Because academia is so much about doing what you want to do, but it's always playing to a particular audience, and the audience is your peers. And so maybe then it's a matter of trying to kind of think about things differently. And even if you kind of make a fool of yourself in front of your compatriots, it's fine. as long as it kind of leads us into getting to new ideas effectively. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that. Can we please put our hands together for our panelists today? It is 10:49. We're going to meet back here at 11:15 for our next session. So enjoy tea and muffins outside. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone is well. My name is Asi Pemkhalisa, and I'm just here to do just one last job for the 2 weeks, which is paving the pathway forward. A simple discussion to also expand from the conversations that we had yesterday, as well as the conversations that we had and still have today. So this session is about, reflections about how these 2 days has been. I know that for some of the breakaways, we didn't have enough time. And some of the things we actually digested as we got home. And some of the amazing conversations we had during dinner, which spiked some ideas in terms of the things that we would like to have further conversations about as we're looking at shaping the CUS, which is the Critical University Studies. And yesterday we started off with a good conversation on the neoliberal university, looking at the reflections of Mandela. And this is something that I really love about this institution, where it is open to studying itself as an institution, as well as welcoming critical reflections from students about the institution, about the curriculum, and the name itself that it carries, which is a big name of Mandela. And today we had a great conversation in terms of what it means to actually share knowledge, accessibility of the knowledge that we are creating and co-creating in universities. How is it accessible to people? We even spoke about the issue of publications, where publication houses actually shape the academic language that they want from academics, and what does that mean in a decolonial context. So, do we have any reflections from yesterday? Some conversations that would like to further? I know that from yesterday, even this morning, many people were actually wondering about the story of yesterday. So I remember we had quite great conversation in room 1, where we were speaking about how do you carry the decolonial project and the decolonial work, which is part of the Critical University Studies, in spaces where the system is rejecting your offer, in spaces where you don't have support for your work. And these are the questions that young people, particularly young academics in universities, have, because they've got incredible ideas in terms of decolonizing methodologies, in terms of decolonizing theory, in terms of shifting the structure of what a dissertation, a thesis ought to be. And that is part of a decolonial project. But universities, particularly traditional universities, are still set in how they want things to be done. So do we have those spaces, those solidarity spaces, to support people who are doing that work? Or if we don't have those spaces, how can they look like? What should they look like? I usually call them debrief spaces, because we also spoke about the fatigue of doing the work that we're doing and how it feels to keep on retaliating the system. So where do we debrief those kinds of solidarities? Anyone? Okay, I think we have someone online who would like to come in. One by one. Classroom. If it's possible, since we are unable to hear the person online, you can just type your contribution. But starting from Pastor, something that you've learned in the past.
Hello.
Okay, yes.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I don't know where my hands, where you press for the hand to be up, where it disappeared, but quickly, I just want you to address the role of AI, artificial intelligence, in this decolonization project. That is my first intake. Maybe you addressed it before. I just managed to join because of my network. The second is going to be on the language of science and technology. I am a part-time teacher. I've been in this system for many years. Teaching science, I've seen that Black children, they suffer when it comes into science education in particular. I've got a book that I'm holding here, is Isikosa book. It is grade 4, written in Isikosa for mathematics. It's mathematics written in Isikosa. Why is it that we cannot get a situation where a Black child can learn medicine in his or her own language and become an engineer, a medical doctor? Why don't you have that? A biologist using Isikosa or maybe Isuzu. It is a problem because learners have a problem using English in understanding science. We have it in Afrikaans. Afrikaans child learns Afrikaans in grade 1, finishes engineering, BSc in Afrikaans. Why are we killing the Black child? Until we do this, I think there will be a gap in our quest for getting learners to do science as Africans. Please, can we also address this issue? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. We will pick it because I think what we are doing is that we are thinking together. And I hope these questions are not coming to me. But we are going to continue thinking around it in terms of the role of AI in higher education studies, as well as the issue of language. I know, for example, at Rhodes University, they have a project in the politics department where they teach politics in isiXhosa. I also know some of the issues with the language policy are geographical issues, where how many languages can be taught and who can actually translate these resources. So there's an issue of resource where they are overusing the students from the languages department who are doing isiXhosa to actually translate even people's theses from English to isiXhosa. So sometimes you want to study mathematics or physics in your own language, but do we have the resources and the capacity to actually execute such classes? So I know that they work together. So it's that, what did you call it? Cross-disciplinary collaborations between the Department of Languages as well as the Department of Politics at Rhodes. But they can only do it for tutorials. Otherwise, the main classes, it is taught in English. And it's quite easier because most of the lecturers in politics are isiXhosa speakers. So that means marking as well is something else. But someone can also add on to the discussion about the role of AI in higher education studies. But before that, we were with you, Pastor. say one thing that you have learned in the past 2 days, or a question that has been bugging you in the past 2 days.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, thanks, ACP. It's actually quite difficult to sum it up into a few sentences. Like I mentioned earlier, it's been quite eye-opening. We've had meaningful conversations that leave you thinking, which I think is the purpose of such gatherings. Leaves you thinking about how to change things, how to do things better. Obviously, like Prof. Crane said earlier, a lot has happened in the past 30 odd years, but we still have a long way to go. So yeah, on my side, I'm just grateful that such platforms exist. Obviously, like we said yesterday, such things are a learning curve. There's always things we can improve on. But that being said, it doesn't take away from what we've accomplished here today. I do believe that the conversations that happen here don't happen in vain. There will be reports that go through the relevant channels where we can implement some of the things that we speak about today. So from my end, I'm just grateful that we're able to come together, bring like-minded people to have these relevant conversations. So yeah, that's it on my end for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Later, Joe.
Thank you. I have been reflecting on something that Sine shared yesterday on the comparison between academia and politics, and I found that fascinating because part of that fits into the reflection I've had around power and how little we examine the power within academia, not just across students and professors and lecturers, but even within the colleagues within a university setting. So for me, that's a very interesting conversation that I would like to carry on because those relationships are what eventually shape how a university can go out. So we can't be trying to adjust a number of things and we're sticking to the power relations we have within universities stuck. I think that's an area also to examine going forward. So thank you.
I feel like I've talked enough today. Just in terms of what stood out to me, I think the idea of catachresis is the thing that is now stuck in my head, and I'm going to go and obsess about it in my work going forward.
And I think for me, it was this idea of academic writing as a practice being located within the decolonial project. Because I'm coming from a creative writing background, and then I now have to do a PhD dissertation, which is academic writing. So it's been very interesting for me to hear those thoughts around that, because it's something I'm grappling with in my work, like how much of the creative to incorporate, but at the same time don't lose the academic sense. And also thinking about the tensions between when you write, because in creative writing, you are told, don't think about the audience. You need to allow your imagination and your creativity to take you as far as possible. And then you find that in academic writing, you are speaking to you have a target audience in mind. And also, I think for me, through those discussions, what came into my mind was, then how do you negotiate your own? Because writing is also very personal. And how do you then navigate the adhering to what the journal requires from you as a writer, as a scholar, but at the same time, don't lose the essence of your own personal stylistic innovations. So yeah.
Hi everyone. So what I took first of all is scientism. I think it was always an idea that the sciences were always the serious people, and the only study as degrees that you could kind of pursue. So when the discussion was being had yesterday, and they were defining it, all of reality is seen through the lens of science, and it can only be solved through science and technology. And I'm a person that comes from the social sciences, and so for me, it raised a lot of questions. Even going back to what Fortune was saying about how much you can practice from our academic writing. I write about violence, and the aim is to see it eradicated in university spaces. And sort of when you start theorizing on that, you then realize that there's always a block on how far you can go in writing about violence, and also now in how far we can go about practicing what we write about eradicating violence. And I also learned a new term from our breakaway session. It's called academism, where what we write about is excluded from practice. And the dual consciousness that Carl spoke about yesterday, about the truth of what we speak and the truth about what we know in practice. I also took away the profit culture that Clifford was talking about from Nigeria, that it doesn't have to be individualistic, but it has to be a communal driven profit. And also, just a few weeks ago, I think a few days back, we went to George campus for an ETP visit, and there were students from the University of Michigan. And so we're explaining to them what the chair does, what ETP does, and we're decolonization, Africanization, and saying all of these big words. And they looked at us and they said, "It's so great how you guys can speak so freely about this. We can only, in our university, have 30-minute discussions about this in a lecture hall, and then when we go out, we cannot speak about them." So I think because we are in here, it may seem that there's little work that has been done, but I think when we then meet people from outside, it just shows just how far it. Thank you.
Okay, so kind of just to... Okay, basically what Sina has been saying, that it's nice to be in a space like this where we are allowed to speak about it, about the problems that we face. And I understand that obviously these are, well, what they call wicked problems that there might not be a solution to. But I remember when I was a student, long time ago, I used to always wonder, why do they have all these seminars and these discussions, and they talk about things but nothing changes? And it seems like that to us sometimes, because often these changes aren't necessarily communicated. But I realize as we have these discussions more and more, we see the work that comes out of it, and we see the importance of discussing it towards finding a solution. And I think that's what we've found throughout these discussions, that as we speak about it, there are actual possible solutions that come up. Yes, it's just not immediate change that could happen. And it's nice to see the progress and to kind of be a part of it and to listen to the different outlooks and inputs from everybody. So I'm just really honored to be here. Thanks. I think for me, some of the things that stood out were Prof. Celine's keynote in terms of alternative holding cultures, disruption, pedagogical public practices. I think I always try to kind of relate it back to me and my work, and how I can start in my individual capacity and kind of spread it out. And then I think also in our breakaway room, I really, really resonated with Asipe's definition of decolonization. It's the project of love. That was beautiful to me, and listening to you was honestly an honor, and this whole workshop has been great. So thank you so much.
Oh, I'm up. Okay. Honestly, what struck me today was actually listening to Jenny and her kind of conceptualization of inter or transdisciplinarity as kind of different literacies. I quite enjoyed that, because it made me think a little bit differently about it, because it often is kind of thinking about, I often think about it in very disciplinary terms. It's doing it across disciplines or between departments and sharing resource and that kind of thing. But when you think about it in terms of literacies, then it can be a practice that you can put in while still working within a particular framework. I thought that was quite striking. Also, the thing, catechresis is also something that I will definitely be thinking about for a while. But also, I quite enjoyed Clifford's commentary on not the knowledge embedded in vernacularity, particularly of the everyday, as well as his notes on epistemic humility. Yeah.
Okay, so for me, I think also what Prof. Sudin talked about yesterday, the idea of creating alternative holding cultures, for me stood out. And that connected with the fact that every time I come into spaces like this, I am amazed at the amount of work that people are doing. Because even though in the grander scheme of things, we are always talking about what needs to change, but there are people who are implementing and doing the labor of love that Gqeberha talked about in their own spaces and creating the alternative holding spaces. And so for me, that was amazing to hear. And also from that, I feel like there needs to be more spaces of support and rest. Because, for example, when I was doing my master's, I was tutoring, and many of the students in my TAT group were first years from townships. So in order for me to help make sense of the study, I would try and explain things in Xhosa and also encourage like multilingualism within the space. And that takes a lot of time. That also requires a lot of space for a labor of care and support, where even that extends outside of the classroom. And then also while I was doing my thesis, my data was collected in Xhosa, and trying to translate that into English so that it makes sense to the academy also took time, because I felt like the translation doesn't do justice to what I am doing or what I'm trying to say. So that also takes a lot of work, where sometimes you just been like, it's a lot of work. So in as much as it's important work. And for it to continue, we need spaces that we can hold for one another, where you can go there and get re-energized, replenishment, and then go back out there. Because if no one is doing it, none of us are willing to do the hard work, then no one else is going to do it. So it's hard, it takes time, and at times you need to do work that you're not even paid for, but it's important work, and the incremental steps we're taking will, at the end of the day, create the African university that we are hoping for, whether today or in 100 years.
Let's take it back to the two, and then we're going to bring it back to Kari. We haven't forgotten.
I wasn't here yesterday, and I'm just an honors student. Yeah.
You said something. You were here today. One thing that you learned from today.
I arrived late. I wasn't very nervous and don't know what to add. I have no contribution. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think for me, the two sessions that quite stood out for me, which I found quite interesting, was Prof. Kit and the whole idea of an abolitionist university, and that's what was quite amazing, and how knowledge production and all of the legacies he was talking about, the legacies of slavery, and then how, broadly speaking, how we come to understand and how we come to interact with the university as, students, as academics, as people in general. So I found that quite, and when I got home yesterday, I was reading about this abolitionist. It was quite fascinating, bro. So thank you for just sparking that for me. Also, the first session, yesterday's session by I think it was Karma and Zimi, and I found that quite also very insightful. So I took it as a reflective moment of young Black female academics who were reflecting about their experiences within the academy and how they are navigating their way through higher education. And I personally loved how the reflections were personal. I think they were just inward looking, and how also that we also, as we are trying to navigate the space as young people, we draw from our peers that, okay, if they're doing it, how are they doing? How are they navigating through all of these things? So yeah, that's my takeaway.
Yes. Thank you so much. I'm from a background where discipline and good conduct is rewarded. So even in primary education and secondary education, whenever you are a quiet learner and you have good conduct, you get rewarded maybe with a certificate for good conduct and discipline. So yesterday, I was very excited when Prof. Sudin encouraged disruption of power, disruption of dominance. I was very excited to hear that. And also, Zimi posed a question on the breakaway room that she was asking us to talk about the African university that we envision, talking about this institution that we are currently in. And I made a comment and said, usually European universities apply price discrimination. Basically, when you are EU-based, when you're based in the European Union, maybe you would pay only 1,000 euros. But if you are from outside of the EU region, you would pay 5,000 euros. So I was suggesting, Prof, that we need to apply that here too, if possible, If possible, we need to apply that here at home. And, if a Zimbabwean student is paying, let's say, 10,000 and a European student is paying 10,000, let's deduct 2,000 from the African student and, let the European student pay 12,000. That was my input yesterday. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. When it comes to all the conversations that we had yesterday, I only had one question when it comes to the methodology that we use, whether as an abolitionist school of thought or whether as a critical studies school of thought. I feel like the methodology that we use can only be adequate to a child that is young. Why am I saying that? It is because when the knowledge systems came into Africa, in a way, the idea of writing in itself came in Africa, and they were not able to read or write. So it was something new. But now we've got knowledge systems that are loitering within society. So you'd find that even if we were to say we are decolonizing, we are doing all the work, you'd find that people are going to have cognitive nonsense, whereby there's going to be conflictions of knowledges within society, So I feel like the methodology in itself, you can only infuse the knowledges within a child that doesn't necessarily know a thing, Because when you are old, you'd find that it will create a situation whereby people are fighting amongst themselves, thinking that there's an adequate knowledge system or there's a wrong knowledge system, So I feel like the idea of decolonization in itself it's not adequate to an old person, because there's going to be that cognitive nonsense. It will create a lot of conflicts within society, thinking that there's a knowledge system that is adequate and there's a knowledge system that is inadequate, So you can only infuse it to a young person, per se, or you can only envision it, but it will create a lot of divisions within society because of the knowledge systems that are already there. It will come as a violent machine in a way, but you can only envision it, But if there's anyone who had an input on the methodology that we use as a way to make sure that
we decolonize within the context of critical studies or within the abolitionist school of thought. If there's anyone who usually see the methodology as adequate into making sure that we decolonize within the knowledge systems that are already there within society. So thanks.
If you can take it back, we're going to end with our elders in the room.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for putting together such a great group of people in the same room to talk about these really critical issues. And I say this because, one, I'm not from this institution, but I'm just your village cousin from Makan. These engagements are critical, particularly in the kind of space that we work in transformation and trying to decolonize a well-oiled sort of system, because the space sometimes can be quite isolating and depressing. So from time to time, we need to come together and sort of party together to stimulate our brains and instill a new way of thinking. And of course, the star of the show, not to say everyone else was not a star, is of course Prof, because I think the theme for the year is the idea of catechoresis. That's just the theme for this year. Thank you so much for your contribution. We'll come back next year for another theme. And maybe we can do it a little bit earlier in the year so that, we carry it out throughout the year. And I think in Group 1, I mentioned that it's crazy that on our way here with Claire, we were talking about disrupting dominance and this idea that institutions of higher learning are a family, and knowing how our families can be quite hierarchical and how that comes with its toxicities, and how I personally do not agree that a university is a home, because once there could be ways of understanding a university as a home, but I do believe that if we say a university is a home and just leaving it there, we open a room that perpetuates that dominance, and that allows then the highest or the exec to treat these institutions like run them like they are their household. So disrupting dominance is very important, and like Prof said, holding conflict in place, because too often we run away from conflict. And I think after the mass fall and the reference list and fees must fall and all that, our institution's response is very anxious to any kind of conflict that can erupt, whether it's NSFAS and whether it's anything, but like our institutions, how they respond to our students is quite anxious. And we also need to tap into that so that we can hold conflict in place, so that we can from that find resolutions. But personally, I'm very much interested in finding ways of inviting our student body into these rooms and into these conversations. But also bearing in mind that, or trying to find ways in which we can produce this body of knowledge in a more palatable way or palatable manner, that our students find it quite accessible. Because too often we have these seminars, like someone say, but we are preaching to the converted. We are having these conversations amongst ourselves. And students are just there on the ground, knowing that there is something that can be that I can be interested in, but I don't know how to even set a foot in that because of the intimidation of the language that we use. And the language is important, but also we just need to find ways in which we can make this language as well accessible to our students and our students, because we're serving these students. But other than that, yes, I am very much interested in making this language that we use in these rooms accessible to our students, because I think 2 years ago we had a seminar about invisible disabilities, and we opened the invite to everyone on campus, and particularly we were targeting the academic staff, because they find it sometimes they find it difficult in the classroom to cater for all the students because of the different needs. And a postgrad student who was in their M2 saw the seminar, the invite for the seminar, and came to the venue, but he stood outside and he read and he looked inside and was like, oh, maybe not. And then he told me later that I did want to be part of that conversation because it is part of the work that I am doing for my research, but I was scared to come inside. It looked intimidating. I saw professors, I saw like older people. I didn't see any students. So I didn't know if I was invited or I would be welcomed in the conversation. So maybe we need to also decolonize the way we think when we advertise or when we try to attract our students to come to these kind of engagements. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What I've learned in this engagement for the past 2 days, for a person who is fairly new in academics, 6 months in, so I'm a baby. I studied in this institution, so I'm in the agriculture space with Dr. Kapai. So what stood out for me is how we need to interpret the image of Mandela, and we need to conduct ourselves and in the spirit of Mandela. And in our breakaway sessions yesterday, we discussed a matter that always sticks out for me ever since I started. The fact that some students, you need to step out of your professional title and be like some form of a supporting system more than what a lecturer is supposed to do. Then it reinstated what I've always been thinking, that you need to tap into your maternal instincts sometimes and become some sort of a mother to these kids. And it was very interesting that the Rhodes University team mentioned that they even showed us a poster that they've designed that they will put in the doors in their offices that creates a safe space for students where they know if I come here, especially for the queer community, that they can come in and actually have someone to talk to. And it doesn't have to be the academic staff. It can be anyone, even the extra staff that are on campuses. And we also discussed about the dynamics where you get the student and lecturer dynamics, whereby you find that the students are not so cooperative, but then you are held accountable. But the students are just not cooperative, which makes it difficult now. How do you make someone cooperate when they don't want to cooperate? So it makes it difficult. And Claire kind of placed it nicely when she says it somewhat looks like the client is always right. So the student is always right, and we need to account, but they don't want. And what stood out for me is that because I was not in the academic space during COVID, so it stood out for me where there was a system called Phase 1 and Phase 2, whereby it exacerbated the disparities between the ones that can and that cannot, the ones that have and the ones that have not. And also us tapping into what Zini said earlier about the language barrier that the students have. I find that because I'm a first-year lecturer, I find that most of the students find it difficult to comprehend the English language. So now you find that I need to interpret in this. Of course, mind you, in my class I have kids who speak Swati, Zulu, and Xhosa. So now I find myself having to kind of interpret everything that I say. And you find that scientific terms, sometimes I don't know myself. I don't know what carbon dioxide is in Xhosa. So it gets very difficult, and it is time consuming, as she had said. So if we could, like the person that was online, who showed us a maths book in Xhosa, it would work very well if we could actually have some kind of literature or courses that are interpreted in Xhosa, like the way Rhodes is doing, so that it makes it easy for us to use those literature books and to help us in doing our job. So basically that's what I've learned from this session, and Thank you for the opportunity of coming here. I found it very interesting, and I'll be coming to more. Thank you.
Okay. The good thing about speaking at the end is that everything will get clear. So, but the other thing is that now we have to think it up to respond to do something. So for me, I like the notion of abolitionist university, especially in participatory inequality systems. So it got me thinking about how we then address racism issues. I think economic disparities were coming up a lot because of students and also the issue of strikes, which are always happening once in a while in universities. And I also like the idea of critique as a renewal project, critiquing things to become proactive and coming up with issues that could advance the discourse of critical education forward. Then I was also thinking, how can Mandela University then be an optionalistic university? Then I was just thinking, okay, curriculum reform. Then I was like, this is everywhere in policies. It's already written. Inclusive policies, definitely you will find them in policy documents. Community engagement, I think in the decolonial endeavor that happened earlier, people were talking a lot about the community engagement and the support systems. But I was challenging myself then to say, what would be novel? What are the things that we could do, which I knew which could contribute to these issues? And what was coming, I'm just thinking aloud now. The decolonial reading group, or critical discourse podcast, decolonial art exhibition, or peer mentorship programs. I mean, the small things that could actually happen. I'm sure a lot of us will learn the jargons. We are even still struggling to pronounce some of the words. And I think we'd learn a lot more if Prof, let's say, does a podcast to really explain these things in simple terms for people just to watch it. I think that will be very helpful to most students. Yeah, boy.
Yeah. I honestly don't have anything more to add. I think everything has been said, but I can say that it was a very informative workshop. I enjoyed being a part of this, and I learned a lot. That's
Do I have to speak? I've been covered by the latter speakers, but what I can just say is that the duration of this workshop made me to go down memory lane of when I was still enrolled in social consciousness and sustainable futures course, whereby one of its theme was humanizing pedagogy. Because if I still remember very well, they said that it is to develop the kind of teaching and learning interface that enables agency, a sense of coming not only to know, but to own the knowledge and to be empowered by it. So that's one of the things that stood out for me for the duration of this workshop. And also, I then saw that there's a need for a space of engagement, formally and informally. Especially from my side, I like the informal engagements whereby we can just sit and just converse, because what I picked up from that is that that's where you will find students, more especially, being comfortable to share, because there's no need for, okay, you have to stick to English, you have to have bombastic words in your sentences and whatnot, but you're just going to express what you are feeling. And also, just to end, as a student from the economics department, I resonated a lot with democratization because there's an ongoing conversation, especially for the Rethink Economics for Africa Society, of democratizing economics and all of that. And I then saw a need that there should be a space of engagements, because when we have a space of engagement, it's whereby we're going to produce critical thinkers, because it shapes the way you think, the way you articulate things. And because I once said in the breakaway room sessions that a university should be a hub which equips and transforms a student holistically. So I really think that, yeah, there's a need also to educate our instincts. Let me just leave it there.
Can give it. Thanks very much. So I've also had too much airtime, so I'm going to just make the point here about the purpose of an intervention such as this, and how important it is to sustain it. To think about this thing as itself as a holding culture, as contributing to building a holding culture for critical university studies. I mean, how you might do that. And the how, I think, and it's a point that I tried to make early on, is actually talking about what's going on. What's going on? And to find almost a form for these engagements. And the form for these engagements would really build the kind of repertoires, the archives, if we tell the stories as you did, from where your experience is, with the deliberate, and I'm going to emphasize this, colleagues, objective of trying to get into how you are relating to the structures around you. The structures of what this physical space might be, and we didn't talk about physical space very much in all of this, but also the intellectual structures. It's that conversation, and it came out now in this last session. The relationship of myself to these structures. And that's what this critical university idea is needing, in some ways, material substance things for us to take away from. So, and I'll make this the last point. And it's not a good thing to say, I'm always going to be an ethnographic observer of all of you. I don't want you to feel anxiety me saying that, but I'm watching you. To learn from you, learn about how you are making this alternative. So I'm a kind of scholar of you, and it's a voyeuristic kind of thing to be doing, but I'd also like to think that all of you are watching me, and critically deconstructing me. And that's really important, again, just to emphasize this in thinking about what the alternative might be, and how the possibilities of these alternatives, might arise. It's not, and I appreciate you saying you're nervous. I'm always nervous, but we're in a space where in some ways we want to be as open with each other as we can be. You know, and it's not easy. You know, there are all sorts of prohibitions, taboos, and so on. There's lots that we can't talk about. Ask fortunate. Sorry to make you such an object fortunate. You know, I read you, I try and read you closely because you are disrupting us intensely. You are an intense disruptor. And so there's a lot for us to learn, and thank you very much, all of you. I have learned a great deal. Thank you.
Yeah, like Crane, I found yesterday and this morning really inspiring. There are so many people doing disruptive work, and you know, this notion of spaces for disruption and pockets of resistance to the neoliberal university. What I take away from those conversations is this idea of the Transdisciplinary Institute for Mandela Studies, TIMS, as a hub of resistance. And it gives, for me, clarity on the immediate task is to surface the stories of what people are doing in different parts of the university and start pulling them together. So thank you for that. That's been really helpful. I think the thread I would have liked to hear more about is the importance to any transformation project of the longer histories of Southern Africa, of the continent. You know, I had an interesting conversation with Gqeberha yesterday. He's not here today, doing a there you are. PhD on Hinsa and the difficulties in terms of accessing archives, the difficulties in terms of finding a supervisor. You know, I know something of the work of Nomalanga Mkhize, but we're talking about just little pockets, and I think a university like this one should be foregrounding those longer histories. You know, you think of Mbogiseni Buthelez's argument that you can't understand Zuma mobilizing Zulu identities today without understanding the longer histories of KwaZulu-Natal and the formation of Zululand, Kingdom of Zululand. Similar argument made here at the university a couple of years ago by Xolela Mantu. You don't understand Nelson Mandela and negotiation, compromise, perhaps selling out, without understanding those long histories of Tembu accommodation with white settlers. So I think that's linked to the question of language, actually, is that language isn't simply a container for ideas. It actually shapes ideas. And so, I mean, it might sound like a fantasy, but a university to come here could be a university where every student has to study isiXhosa, even if it's just 1 year, because it opens your mind to a different way of thinking. And how can you even imagine decolonization without that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think Uncle Kit is just going to do the photo things. Yes. So that means you don't contribute now, and then you're going to contribute when you're doing photo things. So in the few minutes that we have, which is 5 minutes, with everything that we have shared, perhaps if we can share some ideas for collaboration now. We come from various disciplines, fields, universities, and this is the most intergenerational, small, intimate group I've been in. We've got students, we've got staff members, we've got researchers, we've got elders in the academy. Any other ideas for collaboration? For example, the idea of podcast. You know, this idea that we don't have resources to cite from is actually something that right now, it is something that has been fixed. For example, you can actually publish a video on YouTube that one can cite. So as a person that's writing their PhD in isiXhosa, coming up, contributing on the language of adding isiXhosa in the feminist hub of where people who are doing feminism work can get isiXhosa wording. A simple podcast to debrief about my methodology and methods that are very crazy and exciting could be something that someone else can cite and learn from. A lot of postgraduate students are doing their research in silos, and sometimes we're doing this research in historically white universities. So to gain those solidarities, it is to actually engage on your work with someone else that's doing that study in UJ, just debriefing on critical methodologies and methods, the crazy ideas that you're coming with.
On that score chat, whether or not development make up or putting together this work, how when we are young, more detail while and of course in that space, within a very special of black sociology, installation of intellectual provision. But you would, in my own mind, it already felt for accepted. The environments. Oh,
Okay, for those online, just to then repeat, the resources, and this is the thing that's why I will always argue for a better sophistication of thought, because we have to ask that of ourselves and of our students. Otherwise, as academics, we are not doing our jobs. And one of those has to do with the fact that the resources have been in the making. That's it. You know, sometimes we don't even deploy or mobilize those resources. And we argue as if they are not existing, which is more or less undercutting those people who are already putting the resources together. Rhodes University has a massive archive on young black intellectuals that are rethinking not only philosophy but also sociology, the political sciences. There's the African intellectual archives that have been moving across this province that include the question of Mandela and intellectual histories in this space. There have been books written a few years back around that as well. So in this particular idea that Bothwell has put together, so when we start this particular web engagement, this online engagement, you know, that young people are so good at, we should have to put those resources on there, you know, the ones that we know of. And then we can see the patterns emerging and how they can be pulled together and how they can combine into a reader. You know, people know this, I've been saying this now for 2 years. You know, if I just spent like probably an hour on this thing, I would have that reader ready. It's just need somebody to pull it together. Just by the people that have been doing work in this particular region. I'm not even talking about the rest of the country and the rest of the continent as well. Then there are historical resources around black philosophy, black sociology, the rethinking of the disciplines. They've been in the making for decades now. So yes, the stuff that it's our responsibility to pull it together. And I've listened to the young people here. We have all the skills and competencies and thought processes to do that. And then it gives us a practical thing to do, okay? And then to contribute into the space. And we can, in ours, we have a website already, and we can certainly create a site for students to pull those resources together. That's just a practical example of what we can then do.
And then as people engage with their knowledge field, they can then tap on that, including agriculture, including health sciences, engineering. There's lots of examples around architecture as well. Not only the social sciences and the humanities.
Thank you very much, Ngokit. The other issue that perhaps we need to think about in terms of collaboration is what you spoke about regarding this non-existence of the coexistence of digital transformation and social justice. So what can we do? What are some of the ideas of collaboration to ensure that we pull those things together? Because this is one of the conversations. That's what we've tried to do in the past 2 days. But what else can we do? Perhaps if you can think about that. My time is up. Thank you very much for the conversations. Indeed, one is left with a lot to digest. But I think one thing that we never say is that the conversations, engagements, and movements do not end when we actually end the 2 days. I know that Dr. Jenzo always receives emails from me. When I haven't heard from her, I always send an email. What's happening? What are we talking about? And perhaps we can utilize those platforms to share the ideas that we have, and perhaps an evaluation link to every one of us that has a longer text to actually suggest what are some of the conversations that we'd like to see, since other people didn't get the chance to actually think about those collaborations. So I hope we're going to be sending those as we are going to be anonymously evaluating the today's workshop. My job here is done. I'll now hand over to Uncle Kit to do the voting. Thanks.
Okay, good. Yeah, no, these young ones have been with me shortly after fees must fall. That's why I'm Uncle Kit here. So no worries about that at all. I must say, it seems like I have missed a brilliant introduction to the workshop yesterday from Crane. So I'm looking forward, Jenny, to receiving those slides at least. So Crane, thank you very much for always availing yourself for these deeper discussions that we have in the university space. Oh, let me go that side. Otherwise, I will be disrespecting my young colleagues here at the back. And our thought processes was that you see how a discourse overtakes you and overwhelms you, and then it blunts your critical faculties. One of those has to do with the question of the overwhelming technological and framing of the world at the present moment. And that is, we invest too much uncritical energy into it. Now, the argument of critical university studies is not that technology is not a good thing. I think the efficiencies that technology will bring is embraced by all of us, okay? But technology, if it's treated uncritically, i.e. when techno-rationality becomes a response to each and every challenge that humanity is facing, then of course we're going to land up in trouble with it, okay? And so of course you can also even think about how the different ways in which people think about budgeting is also being determined by the digital, what one can say, discourse in the globe. But not only that, also the way in which it determines, thought patterns, priorities, and all other kinds of things happening within the university space. One of those has to do with the way in which hybrid, and online learning came into being during the COVID pandemic as well. And of course, many of you have critiques about that. And there's another practical project. The critique is certainly valid with regard to how these kinds of structures will reproduce and deepen existing inequalities. But we will have to think about what would a real alternative be at the points of crisis. How would you want to see a learning and teaching program play itself out if institutions like ourselves lands up in a crisis? One that not only provides for quality education, but one that also works against the inequalities that will come with the different forms of pedagogies that we put on the table. And so in that, the idea of critical university studies is exactly that, to disclose to ourselves the way in which our own ways in which we critique the university. This allows us to put programmatic interventions forward that can take us in another direction as well. I must say that I have been totally blown by the panel when I came in late yesterday as well. So thank you very much to those three young scholars from our side. And I do think that in that sense, the work of critical university studies that is tied to people's own fields of engagement and their knowledge project certainly comes to the fore. I'm very, very grateful for that and for the way in which you respond to what is not an easy challenge around what critical university studies is trying to achieve. And then I also have found the feedback on the session that I led very, very useful. And of course, some of those kinds of things will also change the way in which I frame, the approaches to the study of the university. And Azile, the question about methodologies, of course, comes in very strongly. And one has to think about a way of approaching, especially through insider research, a way of approaching the critical connection to the work that we do within the university space. Of course, I have preferred methodologies in my own net, and other people have other methodologies in their own nets. Some do discourse analysis, others do, bibliometric interpretations and all those other kinds of things. And one has to find a way in which those methodologies are better aligned with the idea of developing criticality in the work that we do. Then I also, of course, I missed this morning as well because I had to do some things, with regard to, senior recruitments in the university, but that's now over and done with. So, Joe, your putting together of things yesterday was also fantastic. So many thanks for investing so much time and energy into that. So this morning, of course, had to do with, and this book has been long in the making, and I hope it's going to be a resource for critical university studies. But 2019, when did we have that workshop? Yeah, so we had that first workshop on critical university studies in 2019. And so we have, the book is now ready, and Jenny spoke about this, of course, with different contributors from different parts of the world as well, different fields of study. So we hope that this can become a reference, for engaging with critical university studies. Some of the work that I presented yesterday is also in that mapping exercise, okay, so for those who want to engage with it further as well. And then, of course, Asipe. So thanks to Jenny and Simpiwe for doing that. It's been great. And then Asipe, of course, you know that you are a child of this place. So thanks for holding the work together and for always being, interested in the work that we do. Says something about the fact that you're just around the corner and always engaging with us. I wanted to figure out whether I should not try and just say something about the question of that was raised. The one was about the question around the vernacular. It is one of our country's big scandalous, if one can say, challenges that up till now we don't have, at least at the basic education level, education in mother tongue instructions, which of course creates so many other challenges for students later on in life. So I agree with a colleague, online, but also just to say that I am a very big fan and supporter of artificial intelligence, but of course here again from a very, very critical angle, okay? I don't agree, for instance, with the University of Johannesburg being an AI university. That sounds to me more or less like somebody else can set up a university and call it a biblical university, so or some other form of religion that you attach yourself to, and then narrow the entire university project and the purpose of the university around something like that. The university must be as open, probably a point that Kren yesterday raised as well in his opening space as well. So yeah, again, the deployment of artificial intelligence must come with that criticality as well. And then I think that the how to carry the decolonization work is a question being raised all the time. These just networks, love, justice, solidarity. College, we know this stuff, right? You have gone through 2015 and 2016 on the basis of those principles. It is not as if they are foreign to you, right? So that is how you carry serious and important work. And then something, of course, very close to my heart is the question that Enver raised yesterday, and that is more or less ownership, agency, and critique. Né? That is that doesn't matter how difficult the spaces of our work is. Okay, we have to take ownership of the challenges that we are facing. Okay, it is not something out of reach in terms of the efforts that we can put into place. Okay? So there is not a university external to ourselves that we are critiquing. Okay, we are that university. Okay, we are that university, and of course you have to engage on a daily basis to make that place in your own space a bit better, little by little, on a daily basis, every day. Okay, and fight that battle. Okay, and then different pathways will come through. Then the second one is that I also think that we should be careful about how we talk about theory and practice, and what I would call, almost like it's superficial, disjunctions. That's why debates like this one that come through the young people that participated here, it's amazing. Now, if somebody tells me that this is not doing, then I don't know what doing is. Because this is clearly not talking all by itself. Look at the different pathways. So you will have to think about how you spend your time and what you regard as thinking and doing. Because the way in which the synergies and the energies gets advanced is certainly a practical project that is in this particular space. And so I don't want you to think that if you attend a seminar or a webinar, that you are just talking. It's not correct. You are literally talking and doing at one at the same time. These engagements here, it's all to do about things to do in the different pathways. How else are we going to find the pathways for doing different things? And of course, as you may well know, in your own spaces where you operate, how that assists you in moving ahead. And so take courage and energy from your efforts, and give it the substance and recognition that it deserves. Don't think of it as not something that you are doing. It is really, really very, very important, these kinds of engagements that you have. I also like the idea of a focus, Simi, that we should have with regard to a contextual reframing of decolonization through the notion of Africanization. Okay? Because certainly some of the developments in the decolonial space globally it doesn't seem to be able to respond to the South African context. Okay? So we will have to find a way of translating the decolonization project into an Africanization project, to become an African university proper as well. So with that, colleagues, I think that I would like to ask the team that I'm working with to literally just provide for a follow-up discussion practically. Sina, you guys know how to do this. In any case, Jenny, with how one can hold a community together across the various years that we have had these discussions and across the different geographical spaces where we have had that. and then see what practical ideas and collaborations can emerge from that. But for the rest of it, I am very, very grateful, for the effort that you have put. Jenny, to you and the team for putting this together. Many, many thanks. So you know who you are, so I'm not going to mention all the names there. So it's been amazing working with you, and to the young colleagues, many, many thanks for sharing, these exciting and creative thoughts with us. It's great, to work in these intergenerational spaces. And then, of course, also to Vern and Crane as well, who have been working with me now for a few years, Crane also much longer actually, around the question of the university and how we can make the university a space where different productive ideas can coexist together, for the mind to develop in more disruptive ways. Okay, so many, many thanks for that, colleagues. So yeah, please enjoy lunch with us. Okay, I'm not sure whether Jenny wants to make a comment or two.
Thanks, Andre. I think firstly, just a really, really big thank you from me to the team for helping with this and for all the work that always goes into everything behind the scenes. To everyone who came and contributed both as speakers or otherwise, thank you so much. It has been really a fantastic set of conversations. There should be lunch outside. I'm not sure it's here yet, but it should be. It's there. Okay, so there's food outside for lunch. And then Joe has one final announcement about Uganda conference coming up later this year.
All right, in just 30 seconds.
Andre just reminded me to thank the online people, which is a very important one. Thank you so much for joining
And
us.
Saturday, I was going to say that. We also thank you very much. Thank you very much for organizing this workshop. We really appreciate it. Next time, we're going to join you online. If we don't come online, we are going to join and dine with you. Thank you so much.
That will be amazing. Thank you. Okay, Joe, take us away.
Thank you very much. I would like to extend an invitation to everybody in this place to Kampala this October. We have a follow-up conversation of this and other conversations from before. So it's a conference themed on leveraging critical university studies for an Afrocentric university. So please, the abstract window is still open until the end of this month. If you've not seen the call yet, you can contact me. I'll send you the invitation directly. But yes, we're looking forward to welcoming you to Kampala, to Makerere University from the 16th to the 19th of October. Thank you very much.